Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of the 10th Tzu Chi Forum. It's wonderful to have you back with us again as we continue to explore how technology, guided by compassion and ethical responsibility, can foster greater goodness in our world. Today, we are gathered here at the Tzu Chi Foundation, Kowloon Tong, an environment rooted in humanitarian spirit, to reflect on how innovation can help us meet the urgent challenges of our time. To begin our morning, we are honored to invite Mr. Brian Sun, Assistant Commissioner for Data Application at the Digital Office of the Hong Kong SAR Government, to offer our opening remarks. We are very grateful that despite his involvement in the ongoing fire relief efforts, he has made time to record a message for us. So let's watch his speech.
Mr. Yan, Dr. Kenneth Korn, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with heartfelt gratitude and respect that I join you remotely today at the 10th Tzu Chi Forum. I would like to thank the Buddhist Tzu Chi Charity Foundation and Hang Seng University of Hong Kong for organizing the forum, bringing together leaders and experts from various sectors to share and exchange insights. The theme, Technology for Goodness, is not just inspiring, but speaks to the shared aspiration that unites everyone in this room, reflecting the collective desire to harness technologies and wisdom and compassion, ensuring that innovation serves humanity and contributes to a more harmonious society. At the heart of government technology applications lies a commitment to empathy, ethics, and social responsibility, using technology as a force for good to truly enhance public services and care for every citizen. Hong Kong, with its exceptional infrastructure, dynamic financial markets, and forward-looking regulatory environment, holds a strategic position as a regional hub for technological innovation. Beyond facilitating technology development, we set high standards to ensure that technology is applied ethically and humanely, embodying the spirit of technology for goodness. AI is one of the most influential technologies nowadays and a key new quality productive force in digital transformation to raise productivity and open new paths for growth. The government recognizes AI as an essential tool for enhancing public service delivery for the well-being of the citizens. To further this commitment, the government has recently set up the AI Advocacy Enhancement Team to coordinate and steer government departments to apply AI technology effectively to their work and drive government departments to launch AI flagship projects to better respond to public's expectation for efficient government and quality public services. Actually, our efforts have been non-stop. Various government departments have been actively exploring and developing applications that utilize AI technologies in diverse areas of public services and operations. For example, the I'm Smart platform of our office, that is the Digital Policy Office, exemplifies the spirit of technology for goodness through its citizen-centric design and continuous enhancement approach. Building the one-stop personalized digital services platform, I'm Smart provides a single digital identity for all Hong Kong residents to conduct online government and commercial transactions. Today, with over 3.9 million registered users, I'm Smart connects more than 1,300 online services from government, public and private organizations, as well as government electronic forms. Developed through design thinking methodology, the I'm Smart platform has been built around user needs and real user journeys with intuitive designs and streamlined workflows. Citizens can easily complete tax filing, vehicle license renewals, public service bill payments, and many other everyday tasks through a unified and one-stop experience. Looking ahead, Upcoming enhancements, including the integration of an AI assistant to the Unsmart and the to-be-launched digital corporate identity platform, will further enhance personalized support and service recommendation. There are more examples. For instance, Architectural Services Department utilizes AI and drones for efficient detection of breaking off in deteriorating buildings. The Fire Services Department adopts AI for identifying human-like objects to enhance operational efficiency in mountain search and rescue operations. A 2-year scheme will be introduced to grant full subsidies to amputees in Hong Kong for the configuration and use of high-tech prosthetics free of charge, enabling them to benefit from new technologies. The Hong Kong Generative AI R&D Center launched its locally developed Hong Kong's first large language model in February this year. Developing based on this AI model, a local startup, Hong Kong Chat OmniServe, has launched the Hong Kong Chat mobile application 2 weeks ago for free pilot use by the public. Hong Kong Chat is a smart chatbot designed to be freely accessible to all Hong Kong citizens. The app incorporates Hong Kong's local knowledge and exhibits native level mastery of biliteracy and trilingualism in traditional Chinese, simplified Chinese, and English, facilitating natural conversation that authentically reflect Hong Kong's unique multicultural identity. Upon its debut, Hong Kong Chat quickly achieved the #1 spot in the free app download rankings on Apple's Hong Kong App Store, reflecting public enthusiasm for local AI solutions. The aforesaid practical AI advancements necessitate robust governance frameworks. The development of AI must be steered by safety and driven by application. The core concept here remains people-oriented. Our office has released the Ethical AI Framework, providing clear guidance on developing AI's applications. Besides, we have also promulgated the Hong Kong Generative AI Technical and Application Guideline with a view to balancing the innovative development, application, and responsibility of AI, thereby constructing a governance framework with local characteristics that suits the Hong Kong context in AI ecosystem. However, building a safe and trustworthy AI ecosystem is not only the responsibility of the government, but also requires the participation of enterprises, institutions, and every citizen. When applying AI, it is essential to comply with laws and regulations, and in a safe and responsible manner, returning to the original intention of being people-oriented. Digital inclusion is also a vital priority. Our office promotes a variety of digital inclusion measures under the Smart Silver program to help the elderly to understand and use digital technology products and services. This includes outreach program, mobile digital service stations, regular and fixed point training on digital technology and technical support, enriched ICT training, and a web-based learning portal. The aim is to equip elders with essential digital skills to fully embrace the benefits of technology-enabled services, covering basic smartphone operation, popular government mobile applications such as Unsmart, eHealth, HA Go, etc., and cyber security knowledge, as well as more advanced topics such as smart healthcare, mobile payments, and AI. Nowadays, over 160,000 elders have benefited from training and outreach activities, bridging the digital divide with compassion and care. As a leading smart city, Hong Kong is committed to developing AI responsibly and ethically, fostering regional and international cooperation to ensure technology serves human welfare. In closing, I wish this forum great success and inspiring outcomes. Thank you very much.
At our next session, we are honored to have Dr. Kenneth Kwong, Associate Director of the Institute of Knowledge Exchange at HSU, as our host for this panel on managing for social impact in the era of technological change. Dr. Kwong, please.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining our panel discussion session. So not only me, I also invite three distinguished guests and professors to join this panel. So may I first invite Dr. Vicky Sito, the chairman of the advisory committee, the Center for Management as a Liberal Art from the Hang Seng University of Hong Kong. Hey, Vicky, please. Thank you. So apart from Ricky, please take a seat. I also invite Mr. MC Wong, an AI consultant, practitioner, trainer, and developer. Hey, Ricky, MC, please. So finally, Dr. Tzu Chi, so the Associate Professor, School of Translation and Foreign Language, and also the Center Director of the Humanistic Buddhist Center. Chan, please. So thanks a lot. Okay, let's take a seat and we can have our discussion. So the panel, okay, the panel session, our title is Managing for Social Impact in the Era of Technological Change. So in this panel, we would like to explore the opportunity as well as the challenges, okay, when we are using technology to solve problems and to make a better world. So in particular, we may also focus on the AI. So today, the artificial intelligence is really popular. So for example, in my class, I taught to the student, should we use, okay, such as a DeepSeek, okay, or other ChatGPT to help our assignment. Now, of course, okay, on the bright side, okay, it will speed up our work, okay, and I think MC might also share some of the experience about the productivity with the use of the AI or the technology. It really is, okay, advance, okay, our world, okay, and make us to have a kind of a better life. But on the other hand, okay, we also have to think about the challenges, okay. So what are the challenges of using, the AI properly, okay. So I can see, okay, the good side, like the productivities, okay, or, to make our world better. But on the other hand, we have to think about, okay, how can we balance, okay, the use of the technology and, on the human side. So, so anyway, maybe I can go to the first question, okay? Not the first question, but actually I should pass the time, okay, for my panel member. Let them talk about themselves, okay, and a brief introduction. Maybe let Vicky first, please.
Yeah. Good morning. I need to express my honor here with my little background. I running business and slash also with teaching in university in corporate governance, and my business is about herbal drinks and herbal product, and running train in the shops, and so I still facing a lot of challenging and ever never end, especially in today's environment, and also I am deeply influenced by the two major thought or belief, my Christianity background and also the Drucker thought. So today I also bear a capacity of management as a liberal art foundation, and we used it to have the name as Drucker Academy. And so I will share a little bit more about Drucker Fort, especially in innovation side. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vicky. So actually, Vicky is a very senior business executive. He was also the academic before in the Xi'an University. And I know Vicky for a long time, so especially he will also share some ideas from the Peter Drucker, one of the very famous management scholar. And I know Drucker has a lot of ideas, okay, about the technology, how the technology will go to change, okay, our life, okay. So of course there is a bright side and also there is the dark side. Anyway, let me pass the time to MC. Let him introduce himself.
Thank you, Kenneth. Hello, everyone. I'm MC. I'm very happy to be here to share with you. And it's interesting that all of us are teaching in university. Yeah, I hold a position of lecturer in the Hong Kong campus of the University of Sunderland, which is a UK university, and I'm more focused on strategy and finance. And other than that, I'm also an AI application trainer and developer, and kind of extreme. On one hand, I do the latest AI application industry trend training to the board of directors of listed companies. Most of them are quite traditional, like manufacturing, construction, even energy. And then I got a point of view from the board of directors, how they are viewing, trying to understand what AI is trying to do to business. And on the other hand, I also do training, and I'm also a developer, do hand-on-hand, line-by-line coding application to support some of like NGOs, some of the education organization, and also some startup. And then I also train individual workers, those who really use AI for their daily work. So I have two extreme point of view, one from the very hands-on one from the strategy one. So I would like to share more about the workplace implication of AI today. Thank you.
Thank you, MC. As MC mentioned, I will describe him as a kind of a scholarly practitioner. So on one hand, he teaches in the Sunderland University, but on the other hand, he also provide advice to different small and medium enterprise, especially on talking about the HR side, talking about the productivity, etc. So as we discussed before our panel, so I think MC can let us have more ideas, about the technology, the implication, not only on the workplace, but maybe he also covers something about the education as well as the family. So let me pass the time to Chang. So Chang, could you introduce yourself, please?
Sure. Thank you very much indeed for giving me this opportunity to join this very meaningful session. So my name is Tzu Chi, and basically regarding technology, my current work can be divided in two areas. The first area, given my translation background, my focus is basically on translation technology. Of course, AI can do many things. In addition to generative AI, we have many translation tasks that can be completed by AI. But when it comes to specialized translation, for example, medical translation, legal translation, financial translation, we need to have kind of substantial human input to make sure that everything is all right. So this is my first research area. And the second research area is something related to how we can really use AI to promote culture, to promote Chinese culture, and in particular, Buddhism-related values. So given the fact that in Hang Seng University of Hong Kong, we have two research centers that are related to Buddhism. And we've been doing a lot of work in terms of how we can really make good use of AI to let more people have a better understanding of traditional Chinese culture and also Buddhism. And I'm very happy to have further exploration in this section and the coming sections today. I had the opportunity to visit Tzu Chi in Beitou in October. And then, wow, the facilities there are really amazing. And I look forward to having more collaboration in this regard. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Chan. So so Chan is our professor in the School of Translation, and as you hear that he specializes on how to use the translation, and I know from him that right now he's using the computer age translation. Actually, we have a program to teach our students how to use this kind of software, I guess, or the AI to improve our translation power, make it more powerful. And I see the application how to use this AI to translate those classic, especially like the those classic on the Buddhist. So we can help to promote the culture. Let more people, for example, they only read English, so can also understand the classic Chinese. So I think that is again a very powerful way to make use of the technology and help and AI that help us, okay, to become more, a kind of a civilization society, okay, so that we can share our knowledge. I still remember one of the talk we recently conduct with Chern, okay, that why translation is important, because it helps us, okay, to understand each other better. Now, without the translation, maybe you speak like English or another kind of language. Why I speak Cantonese or Mandarin, I may not really understand you, okay? So on that side, the technology might help us, okay, to close the gap, okay? Which we speak different language, we have a different cultures, but the technology can speed up the process, okay, so we can understand each of us better. So let's come back to our first question. So I just try to give a kind of an introduction to show that, okay, technology is so powerful, so beautiful, okay. Now let's explore, okay, what are the advantages that we might have from the technology. So my first question, okay, maybe to MC first, okay. So MC, maybe could you think about any positive impact of technology towards, okay, for example, you mentioned about the job market, okay, and also maybe the education and family. So can you tell us any positive impact, okay, from your experience about the technology on your professions?
Well, thank you, Kenneth. For this side, firstly, from a workplace point of view, I think right now the AI application, I will just give some background, although I'm not that technical as Dr. Lin she's an expert on that. But in a very simple term to summarize what the so-called large language model or generative AI is very good at, I found one sentence is very good for that is, this kind of AI is very good at doing the work in front of the screen. In front of the screen. For example, if I'm an accountant, when I'm doing journal entry or some kind of data financial analysis, this kind of AI is very good at that. And it's growing, its ability is growing. But it's not good at doing something that you can't do over the screen. I mean, like talk to the people, like you're a counselor, or maybe you're doing surgery as a doctor. This kind of stuff is not that good at this moment. So there's still far way to go, as Dr. Nin said. The interaction with the reality need to take care about safety. So in this sense, especially for Hong Kong as a knowledge economy, with quite a lot of our tasks, we do it in front of the screen. It means like the finance, the legal service, a lot of consulting service. This kind of job, when we can leverage on AI, they do it quite well, this kind of job work, and then our productivity, workers' productivity can improve a lot, like 2 times, 3 times, multiple times. For me, it's like everyone become like a manager. You have fleet of AI that are junior staff. You can manage them to do their very tedious tasks, like data analysis, the coding in data analysis. Your productivity can increase a lot, and it saves your time to do some kind of like human special work. You talk to the people, you do business engagement, you understand the real need of your customer, you organize, you try to organize all this work from a management point of view, like everyone become a manager. So you set up the rules for AI and your team, you set up the environment for them to work safely in that. So there is a huge chance for productivity increase.
Okay. So yeah, interesting. I just heard from MC mentioned. Okay, everyone, very good news. We become manager. Okay, so we have a AI subordinate. So the AI like our subordinates, and then we just to instruct, okay, the AI to do the job. But one of the challenges is that we have to do it over the screen. Without the screen, it seems to be a bit difficult. So MC just mentioned, okay, we have to work in front of the screen. Okay, so it seems we can't work without the screen. So he just mentioned, like, right now we have a kind of a discussion. So if I don't have the, like the mobile phone, if I don't have any screen, okay, here, I can't use the AI. I have to better to go back to my mind, okay, and try to, drop logs, okay, and to recap, or what MC mentioned. So you can see there is some limitation, okay, to use, okay, the AI. So on one hand, the AI, help to increase our productivities, okay, and we can, treat the AIs, okay, as our subordinate, okay, to help our job. So other than that, okay, what do you think about, you have any comments, okay, on education or, even the family?
Thanks for that question. How would AI change the education? To be honest, I'm a teacher. Ricky is a teacher. You're a teacher. We are all teachers. I'm not sure, but I myself do not have the definite answer for this. This is very, to be honest, it's more like also a challenge for university or teachers in this age, because in previous age we rely quite a lot on knowledge memorizing is good for your daily work previously, but today, you know, all the knowledge from the internet or from the books are all embedded in the AI already. They also do the connection and the knowledge, some kind of reasoning over this kind of knowledge. So just knowledge memorizing, I know something, I can also organize something, does not make you stand out anymore in this age. So for education, we shift from knowledge transferring. I teach finance, from teaching finance, then to some kind of like ability that you can adapt into to connect different things in different scenarios. Because one weaker point of AI is that they cannot know the environment. I feel that they cannot know your context that much. You have your life, your people around you, you know them, you know your business context, you have a lot of data put in your mind, you have this kind of stuff. But all those knowledge theory, finance theory, how to do calculation, how to do data analysis, AI is so good in that. So our challenge in education or teaching people is like more like shift from, you know, this finance theory, from that to how do you change your equip or structure your previous knowledge to a way that AI can know your context, can use it. So it's more like a knowledge and technology hybrid in terms of this kind of education, of this kind of skill or ability is an emerging new kind of skills. I would say like this, that needed.
So I do agree with you. So I mean, we don't have the answer yet. Okay, I mean, technology, you know, or the AI is a kind of an emerging technology. It keeps changing every day. So I just recall, you know, the discussion yesterday with Professor Leung. Okay, I mean, in his panel, he talking about, you know, how we go to use the AI. So I still remember Professor Chris Bush. Okay, she mentioned about the liberal art. It's a very important. So on one hand, we have the tools. Okay, we have the AI. So I think MC also mentioned, you know, the AI does not know you very well. You have your own context, you know. So as a user, as a manager, or using MC, we are the manager. So you have to, you know, make the decision. Okay, should we accept the answer from AI? As you know, the generative AI sometimes, okay, the answer are incorrect. Okay, they just make up something. So you have to have you have the value, you have a kind of a value to decide, okay, whether, you know, the information is true or not, because the AI is AI, the AI is not yours. They don't know your contents, okay, so you have to make a decision, okay, whether the answer, okay, is you know, is truth, okay, or can we use it, okay. So I think you know, in Hansen U we promote the liberal art education. That is important, okay, when we use the AI. So we have, okay, to critically to judge, okay, whether the content is true, or should we use the result, I mean, do we use the result properly. So that is a kind of a chain link, okay. Although maybe now the AI can help to do a lot of so-called the screen work, okay, those are very routine, okay, but we as a human, okay, so we have to make use of the AI. The AI just assists us, so we should not let the AIs, okay, replace us. I think, you know, in yesterday morning, okay, the 3 keynote speaker also mentioned about this point. So here I think we just echo, okay, what they are saying. So now I would like to pass the time to Vicky. My question is, okay, how technology may transform, because MC also mentioned about the transformation, but here I would like Vicky share about the transformation in the business practice and also the performance, and what kind of a social change, talking about the judge that are expected from the new technology. Vicky, please.
Yeah, thank you. Let me echo a little bit on MC's propose on the direction how to view the current topic, especially we are talking AI or automation. And I'm thinking if today the Drucker, we honor him as the father of modern management. And I'm thinking if today Drucker sitting here what will be the first sentence he will pose to us? I'm thinking maybe one of this sentence. He will remind us technology is never the center of change. Who is the center? Is people. We are going to treat, no matter you name it as AI or any adaptation of automation. In fact, it is evolving. For example, if I citing another New York University professor, the famous book from Crisis to Opportunity, and Professor Galloway, he mentioned what influence each generation. For example, if this forum happened, for example, 20 years ago, what will be the topic? Maybe computerization. And then if you imagine if this forum is 100 a century ago, it may be electricity. And then if 200 years ago, maybe steam. And current is digitalization. So it is nothing special. We are treating and using something fantastic, like today we are talking about AI. And the second quote I would like to post is also a very famous to industry as a business runner. Every day we are doing very hard and dreaming how good we are doing. Yes, the purpose of business is to create a customer. No market we cannot sustain. Okay, so profit in the view of Drucker is good, but it needs to be good profit. In terms of the social aspect, it should be a social functioning or functioning organized society that produce public good. So in the view of Drucker, if we are going to create a customer, then Drucker will remind us management in fact is a social function. Okay, let us go back to the famous sentence. Drucker make not difference with leadership and management. In fact, it is go on the process of execution. Leadership is doing the right thing, and the management is doing things right, make it effective and efficient. And then in that process, let me share a little bit about how I adopt technology in running my business. I really, doing my business 20 years ago, the herbal culture in our southern part of China and Hong Kong people, in fact, they know how good the traditional wisdom by using herbal material to treat our body good. But I can share by that time, 20 years ago, when I facing this business, but in fact, it is declining because people can make money through, for example, real estate, through financial sector, or people with good background, especially academic. We will not go for those small business like running a herbal shop, right? And let me make it very short in my journey of so-called transforming the herbal industry under my my running. And for example, I'm thinking if this culture, if this wisdom should be sustained, it must be accessible and in our daily life. So we need to grab the customer. That customer can easily can be attached. So one day I just posed a question: why green tea, why juice can be in bottle shape? So I just posed a question of why not? Why not herbal can be in bottle? But that will facing a lot of challenging. So we need to resolve with technology. And then I learned how the whole process of production. And then back to about 2008, Hong Kong have financial turmoil. And then we are running short of cash. And then I suddenly find we cannot name the customer. So now, if in terms of marketing, it is CRM program. I think I'm one of the market player introduce CRM program in food and beverage business. And by that time, I use technology to assess my customer in terms of those customer benefit, and now I can easily use technology to transfer a electronic coupon to you, and then you can enjoy it with your family and also with your customer. So what drive myself in transforming, in moving my business is how to create a customer and how to build good relationship with customer. And in terms of marketing terminology, is a loyal customer. So let me conclude with Drucker thought is, on the one hand, we want to predict the future, but Drucker remind us is the best way is to create the future. So if we can use technology, in fact, we can address the customer, and also like what Apple Steve Jobs mentioned, in fact, customers don't know what they need, because who know customer need is the technology owner. So when Steve Jobs in creating the mobile phone, the apps, technology, in fact, he is creating customer. And then also now we are enjoying the product.
Okay, thank you, Vicky, sharing. So actually, Vicky and I also study marketing. So you can see Vicky applied the technology on customer relationship management. So he made use of the technology on the CRM to analyze the customer and to discover more customer. And he also mentioned about the example like the coupon. So right now we can make use of the electronic one to share with our family, no longer the paper one. Okay, so sometimes I also complain to a lot of retailers. So I actually forget to bring my coupon. So how I can go to redeem, okay, the gift. But with the help of the technology, now every coupon become digitalized. Okay, so we can even share with our family. So that is one of the bright side, how we can make the technology to improve, okay, our life, to make it more convenient and better one. But I also want to recap, okay, about from Vicky sharing about Drucker teaching. So I really agree with the Drucker thought that technology is never the center. Okay, so I think all members here, we do agree that technology is only the tool. Also start with T, okay, but it's only a tool. Okay, so the question is, okay, how as a human that we can make the best use, okay, of the tool, okay, to help our work or to help our life, or even for the translation that help to promote our culture to other different people. So I urge everyone here to think about, okay, the technology, okay, how we go to use it, okay, in a more effective way. Just like the manager, we do the thing right, okay. Of course, as a leader, we do the right thing, okay. So we always tell the student, okay, it is only the tool, okay. So don't fully rely on the technology, okay. Technology, from my point of view, is not, the the solution, okay? So we are the one to design, okay, which is the best, okay? So so talking about here, may I pass the time to Chang, okay? So here the question is, will technology make us more intelligent and skillful?
Thank you very much indeed for your question, Dr. Kwong. I think this is a very important question, and the answer is simple. It depends. It depends on how you use it. So basically, perhaps I can share with you some observations in the context of translation and language services. So a very important question regarding how we can use AI in a smart way in the context of translation is how we interact with AI, how we can interact with chatbots. So of course, in the context of translation, a very simple way for you to use AI to do translation is you just want to talk to ChatGPT or DeepSeek, translate the following sentence, or to translate the following text. 请翻译以下文字. So in our courses, so I've been teaching translation technology for more than 15 years. Basically, when it comes to AI, a very simple way for students to come up with this prompt. We've been talking about prompt engineering for many years, for over the past 2 years or so, since the emergence of ChatGPT. Do you think this is good enough? So this simple prompt can provide us with some simple translation result. But when it comes to professional translation, probably we need to do more. We need to provide more context, as Ricky and MC mentioned earlier. Context is very important. So would it be possible for us to incorporate more information about the context of our translation task? For example, the background of the source text, and also the target text audience, the translation requirements, even translation theories. For example, in Chinese translation activities, we've been talking about 严复信达雅 for many years. So would it be possible for us to incorporate certain knowledge and skills or requirements into our prompts to make sure that the AI can really understand what what the output should be like? So this is about thinking. So in addition to understanding how AI works and then what AI can do for us, we really need to think about whether we can have better interaction with AI. We've been talking about communication with human parties over the years. So now, given the intelligence of AI, we need to think about how we can communicate with AI in a smarter way. So this is the first thing. And then the second thing, MC mentioned a very important concept, I think, that is management. So in the past, we tended to focus on management of human team members. And now we need to think about how we can have effective and efficient management in terms of AI and also AI team members. So we have a course in our current MA program, Master of Arts in Translation, Computer Translation program. We have a course that is called Collaborative Translation. So in the past, we just wanted to focus on collaboration with other human team members. But now we need to think about how we can interact with AI team members. So we need to think in a proactive manner in order to really make good use of AI. If we just use AI in a passive way, we just receive outputs without kind of critical thinking regarding the appropriateness and accuracy of the translation results. Of course, it's very difficult for us to really benefit from AI. But if we consider AI to be our companion, so we want to learn together with AI. So for example, in the context of Buddhism, I think we can really make good use of AI to learn more about Buddhism, because AI can kind of change how we really learn. So in the past, we probably rely on textbooks, lectures, seminars, but now we can talk to AI, so we can have kind of meaningful conversation with AI. So in the context of Buddhism, so sometimes it's really difficult for us to understand certain Buddhist ideas. For example, shunyata, emptiness. So we have kind of misunderstanding. Well, emptiness is nothing. It's wrong. It's about interdependence. It's impermanence. So how can we really use AI, use different generative AI methods, music, images, video clips to visualize abstract concepts, challenging concepts? We want to have kind of meaningful conversation with AI. So if we know how to use AI, how we can communicate with AI in an effective way, in a meaningful way, of course, AI can be a very powerful tool for us to really enhance our skills, enhance our human intelligence.
Okay, thank you very much, Chen, for your very insightful sharing. So actually, I want to, recap, okay, what Chen mentioned. I particularly liked about the interactive. So today we don't only collaborate with our team member like our, college, but, we have to change the word collaborative to interactive. How we go to interact with the AI. So talking about the chat box, okay, so you have to put you have to give the right instruction. Not only talking about the input, you can't just simply type, can you help me to translate this sentence? Too simple, okay? Yeah, of course, the AI will give you a result, but it may not be a good result, or the result may not even appropriate, okay, to use, okay? So we have to think about, okay, how to communicate or interact with the AI in a smart manner, okay? So we're talking about not only the input, but the interactive or talking about the instruction. So I think that is a very important thing about how we go to interact, okay, and that get the good result. So now we can go to the challenging part, okay. We already discussed a lot of the bright side, okay, but in our conversation, so you may discover that there are some limitations or there are some challenges. So now I would like to give the time to Vicky, okay, for the first question. So what challenges, okay, would you see from using the technology? I mean, this kind of the technological change, okay. What are the challenges in our society? So any thought about this?
Yeah, one of the challenge is about our psychology. And because we enjoy much on the good old day, and we will settle in comfort zone. But when you looking at the environment, it is not because you work hard then you can win. In fact, the greater environment is changing a lot. And so the challenge is I need to manage my senior and release the psychology of fear, and then positively to treat that it is not crisis, it is opportunities. Something you don't know, then you unlearn yourself. And then, again, still use Drucker's terminology of worker is knowledge worker. Before the popular of using this term, Drucker already mentioned, at the end of the day, it is not innovation or technology driving out from our employment. It is you are ignorant. You don't know. You are not a knowledgeable, or in terms of external or employer perspective, which type of people we are going to recruit. It's not GPA 4. It is not sharp A graduate Asian, because the best GPA or sharp graduate from sharp first university is the current performance. We are recruiting potentiality and with humble mind and with positive thinking. Every day we adopt why not? Yes and, it's not yes but. So I would say that the psychology is challenging. Every day you need like a picture to shift people's mind. And of course, we are in a fear situation, always thinking we are going to losing some job, causing a lot of unemployment. But I guarantee you, unemployment in past history, not because of technology, because of financial or economic downside, because of maybe produce too much good. and need the market to adopt before we can further producing something better product like current the electronic car business, and we are producing too much in the market. So always is management issue, and always is treating people, not tools, treating people use tools. They know how to manage the process. And I think we are facing a new era, and we all need to unlearn ourselves and learn to use that fantastic tools. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Ricky. So I think when Ricky mentioned about the challenge is about the management issue. Okay, so he mentioned about this all about the management issue. Especially talking about our mindset. So we have a kind of a mindset change. Okay, so now we have the technology, we have the AI. So it may give us a bit pressure. A kind of a psychological. So you fear that we will go to lose our job. Even the professor today, we will say, okay, maybe, okay, we can have the AI, okay, to replace a professor. But of course, we will argue, no, not easier because, we have a bright mind, okay. I mean, we still can think, okay. I think though that we can instruct, okay, the IT to help us. But I agree with, Ricky mentioned that we become even more knowledge worker. Even the executive, okay, the junior clerk, they become a kind of a knowledge worker, okay. They know how to use the tool, okay. But we have to manage, okay, the technology, okay, to have the better result. So I pretty agree with Ricky about learn to unlearn. Sometimes, okay, we have to unlearn the previous skill so that we have a space, okay, to learn the new things, okay. As Ricky mentioned, the world keeps changing, okay. So 100 years before, we may talking about not AI. We don't have AI in past 100 years before. We may have electricity, different kind of things, okay. So sometimes we have to unlearn, okay, our previous skill so that we have some space, okay, to learn the new thing. So now let me pass the time to Chen, okay. So we're talking about the ethical consideration, okay. So do you have any view about the ethical consideration of using the AI and technology, or except we ask our students to declare do they use AI in their assignment? What are your views?
Yeah, thank you very much for your question, Dr. Kwong. I think there are many issues we need to take into account when it comes to the use of AI. For example, AI hallucinations. And in the context of translation, there's a huge problem, I think, adding something that is not found in the source text. And also, we have kind of training data bias, for example. We have kind of very similar output, AI output, no matter whether we're talking about text generation or image generation. But I think the most important thing we need to consider is over-reliance. Yeah. So in terms of generative AI, it seems that we put too much emphasis on the output. We shouldn't overlook the process, the procedure. So sometimes we write an article, we create a piece of music. The output is important, I think. But sometimes we really want to pay attention to the process of creation, the process of generation. We shouldn't overlook that. Sometimes the process itself is even more important. In the context of translation, it's really satisfying to come up with some meaningful words that can express the original idea and the source text in a meaningful way in the target text. So the same applies to many other sectors, I think, not only translation. When it comes to Buddhism, for example, are we outsourcing too many things to AI? We need to think about that. So for example, in the context of Buddhism, we are talking about enlightenment. So we put too much emphasis on what AI can do for us. And perhaps we need to think about what AI cannot do, or what attributes, or what features that can only be done by human beings. Enlightenment is a very important aspect. 成佛嘛. So AI cannot get enlightened, but we really need to do the hard work in order to get enlightened. I think this is very important.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. We need to be enlightened, not the AI. I think this is a very interesting quote. So yes, I think I agree with Chen. Talking about the process. Okay. Of course, right now we focus a lot of output because I think in today the modern economy we always focus on so-called the KPI, key performance indicator. Even in our university, our senior management always talk to us about the KPI. Now, of course, our KPI is not about the money, but maybe the publication. So we have too many KPI. Therefore, we may over-reliance, okay, using what Chen say, okay, over-reliance on the result. But nowadays, we may think about the process, okay, what is the right process, okay, and the procedure, okay, to help us to get the best result. So I think we may not have enough time, but still, we have one more question for MC, okay. So MC, how may the technology, knowledge worker, we're talking about the knowledge worker today to deal with those technological change in the job market. So as a knowledge worker, how we deal with this kind of a technological change?
Thank you, Kenneth. I'm viewing it from a micro point of view, from a single worker point of view. And I agree with Ricky that the unemployment or the challenge is not from technology, it's more from people. So the opportunity and challenge all is like the two sides of the coin. When we say about, I mentioned about the productivity increase, it means that the competition increased fiercely, a lot. Also, for example, I would like to say in the context of Hong Kong, we all know our human capital cost is much higher than like Southeast Asia or somewhere in mainland China. So some of the service, like the accounting service, or some of like the IT development service, they are outsourced to somewhere with lower human cost, like somewhere in the western part in mainland China or the Southeast Asia in Malaysia or something like that. So it's all because the cost effectiveness in terms of a single worker. But with current change of like technology, if we can catch up with the speed to enhance our productivity, maybe for example our human cost here is 2 times of like the Southeast Asian workers. But if my productivity, I can adopt to the AI technology so much, I can manage a fleet of like 5 to 10 AIs to boost my productivity per human to 5 times. Then in terms of cost effectiveness, for me, it's much more effective to take up business in Hong Kong as a worker in here as well. So there can be a chance for a knowledge economy to get back some kind of comparative advantage, especially when its human cost is relatively higher in the past. Take an example. For example, I'm doing development. In the past, you just think, or maybe a developer, I can only do one project with certain costs in for a corporate. But right now I find that, using the AI assistant, I just focus in architecture, thinking out how to manage the project, something like that. The coding I'll leave out like 80% of the coding to the AI to do so. It's in reality, right? And then I can, in the same month, I can take up like 5 projects at the same time. But of course, it challenged my management skills because I have to talk to 5 customers right now. But I dedicate my time of writing the code to AI most of the time. Then in this case, I can have like boost my productivity for 5 times. Of course, it will drive the price down because of competition. But in this sense, I can gain back some of the comparative advantage and business back to here in Hong Kong. So I think that the speed of adoption is very key because we are facing a global competition. I don't want to say about competition in here, but it's so real in the world right now, in the business world. So as a worker, I really urge that individual worker need to adopt to AI tools and how to manage it as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you, MC. So I think MC also weighs about the issue on the people side. So it seems we have to learn fast, work quick, okay, because we're talking about the adoption way. So we have to work faster in order not to be left behind, okay, although we don't want to use such competition, okay? So we have a competition all around the world. So now with the technology, it may even make the competition more fierce, okay? So we have to better equip ourselves, but also think about, this is the people issue. It's about the mindset. We have to change our mindset. On one hand, we should not fully rely on the technology. We have, as a human, we have to think and we have to design. And as what Chen mentioned, we give them a kind of instruction, okay? We give them the input. So we are still the owner, okay? We own the technology. We use the AI to facilitate our job, not the AI replace us or what. We just discussed, okay? Is we as a human, we need to be enlightened, not the AI. So AI is always the tools, okay, to us. So let me quickly summarize, okay, what we discussed in this panel about the managing the social impact for the era of technological change. So we discussed about the bright side, the opportunity, okay. So I think everyone here, four of us agree that okay, the technology will improve, okay, not will, but it improve, okay, our productivity and bring in more opportunity, okay. So for example, talking about like the coupon, so in the past we still use the paper one, but today we don't have the paper coupon anymore. So all this coupon may be stored in our mobile phone, and we just present the QR code, then we can do it, okay? So as I just mentioned, in the past, I always complain I forget to bring my coupon, okay? But now I have the mobile phone, I just show the QR code, that's it, that can be done. So on the other hand, we also see a lot of challenges, okay, for using the AI or the technology. So we're talking about, to me, I still remember what Professor John mentioned. So the technology is about the future skill, okay? So that is the reason why we also have the hub about, the future skill, okay? So as a human, okay, so we have to make improvement, okay? So one way to do is we have to learn, okay, keep our mind open, or we're talking about the adoption, okay? So we have to adopt the new things, okay? So that is, the challenges, okay? How we see, okay, the new technology and how we go to use the technology, okay? So that is really important, okay? That about, we're talking about the management issue. We have to manage the technology properly. It is also a people issue, how we go to adopt the technology. And also, like what Chen mentioned, it is a process issue, okay? Don't focus on the outcome, don't focus on the KPI a lot. Like, although I will say KPI is important, but the process is equally important. So I think that is what we discussed. Okay, so thanks a lot for your attention. Okay, and we are happy. Okay, to have any comment or we have a further sharing during the break time. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Please stay in your spots just for a minute. We'll take a photo of all of you. Please stand. Please stand. Okay, thank you so much for your wonderful discussion. It's very interesting. And we can see how, in terms of AI, we need to look at how we adapt to it, how we utilize it, and whether it takes over meaningful things that we humans want to learn as well, such as becoming enlightened. So our next discussion, we shift to another essential piece of this puzzle for technology for goodness, and that is investment. So investment decides which ideas and technologies get the chance to grow and reach the world. When guided by ethical purpose, investment can do more than generate profit. It can actively support solutions that benefit society, advance sustainability, and enhance human well-being. To share his insights on this, we are very pleased to welcome Mr. Fred Lee, Managing Director of Gobi Partners, a venture capital firm that supports early-stage technology startups focused on meaningful innovation. Please join me in welcoming Director Lee.
Thank you so much. Good morning. This is Fred Lee from Gobi Partners. So today I will walk through you some of the cases and also our philosophy behind why we're doing venture capital investment. So I'm the managing director of Gobi Partners. We are Asia VC, and I am a 100% hunter in the deal market. That means 100% of my time is actually doing deals making or help the portfolio company to grow. My extra 30% time is doing ecosystem work and also some educational work. So here's a snapshot. A lot of people think we are investor, so you should be talking about monies every day. To be honest, no, because in Hong Kong, the ecosystem of innovation is still young. We are like a kid. So that's why we need a lot of education, a lot of education. For example, we need to do both sides. We need to nurturing more investor who really know how to do venture capital investment. So that's why I'm also hosting one of the master degree courses in PolyU. At the same time, we need to educate the founders to be more capable to compete with the global competitions. Because competition, no matter is AI, hardware, biotech, manufacturing, is actually everywhere. So this is very important to make ourselves strong enough to stay alive in the market in order to talking about the impact or the goodness. So that's very important. Here's a snapshot of my background. I've been in the venture capital market for around 15 years already. And I'm actively helping our local ecosystem because I believe education and also the fundamental change for our society is very important. We also believe technology can help the society and help human. That's very important. However, a lot of people think, oh, because you're a VC guy, you're a venture capitalist, so that's why you say that. Actually not. I had in-person experience how technology can help. I was a general manager in a hospitality group, managing 1,000 staff, 40 plus restaurants across Hong Kong, Shanghai, Beijing, Thailand. I was lucky enough to join during the social unrest time in Hong Kong and also, the COVID time. So if everyone recall, during the COVID time, actually Hong Kong is basically like shut down. First of all, we cannot have a gathering like this, over 20 plus people. When we sit together for a dinner, no more than 4 people. And even sometimes it's worse enough to be 2 persons. And a few days, actually the government also banned the dinner time, the dining, so everyone need to take home. As I said, I had 1,000 staff back then, including full-time and part-time. So I was worrying a lot of things, because as a general manager, you need to manage all the department basically. So while I was thinking, how can I sustain the revenue? Because I was also the acting CFO. When I look at the bank account and our bank reserve, how long can we sustain on the business? If not, we need to fire probably hundreds or 80% of the staff. Secondly, everyone has their own family. They need to sustain their work. And during COVID time, you cannot do other things else. So it may impact thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people, indirectly and directly. Thirdly, I worry about my staff because COVID, back then we didn't have the first vaccine. We didn't have medicine. What if my middle management, what if the auntie helping us for 20 years, she really got sick and eventually cannot make it? It will be my flaw as a general manager. So I want to keep their job. I wanted to keep them safe. Even myself, I also deliver quite a lot of delivery back then. Drive the car because I need to run through the logistic. I also adopt a lot of system so that we can do more business in order to survive. We are not talking about making money. We are talking about to survive back then. So I think that, okay, biotechnology, actually, there was good news. The first vaccine finally coming out. Yeah, putting aside any side effect or any controversial things, it does help some people to stay alive from some severe symptoms. And by adopting table management system, reservation system, delivery system, we also work with a lot of smart logistic platform, because back then when delivery was still in Hong Kong, the delivery distance is actually, the radius is around 1 km. Then we were thinking, what if we can work with some logistic company? Or what if we have a system to mobilize our 1,000 staff to do the delivery ourselves? Because we are so free, we were standing in the restaurant waiting for customer, but no one coming. So that's why we adopt technology to expand our scope to around 5 km radius. And we stay alive. At least the cash burn substantially decreased. And the delivery revenue, I think, increased for 50 times to around 8 digit, so that we can survive. So that's why I found, wow, if we can connect all this system, mobilize the technologies, we were not talking about AI back then, just simple technology, internet, the internet world still. It already can help human. It's already impactful enough. At least majority of the staff stay alive, and also, keeping their job and keeping their family intact. They can pay the tuition fee for their kids. They can pay for the medical fee, and we managed to get some masks to protect them. We also provide them some shield as well, because we were so worried if anyone got sick. And infectious disease, is you can kind of control, and you never know how's the serious symptom it was. It can help human. So it was my in-person experience that, okay, investing in technology by procuring some technology or even get mobilized from the top down level. If you were a lot of stakeholder here, you were the stakeholder, adopting technology, investing technology actually can help human, help companies. This, everything is connected. So that's why I think this also gave me a very, very important lesson in my life. Why eventually I also go to do venture capital, because I believe if we were investing early enough, if we were impactful enough, if we were affectionate enough, we can even help more people. Not only 1,000, not only those 1,000 staff and their family. So this is what we are doing now. Little example like vaccine development, talking about maybe 10 years of basic research, further clinical trial development. Although it's faster now, I mean, by AI drug discovery, probably it can go to clinical trial phase 2 within 30 months now. But back then it was taking a lot. However, with vaccine, we can protect human. A lot of people talking about preventive healthcare, right? Before getting sick, before getting into very serious, going into ICU, then we can help to save their life. Any successful case in Hong Kong? Yes. Hong Kong has a lot of leading university, including Hong Kong University. We have top leading scientists. We have the top guests just speaking a lot of great things just now, but we do have great case. There's were 2 students of Professor David Ho, a global scientist who invented the cocktail therapy back then. He sent 2 of his very loved students to Hong Kong. Professor Chen Zhiwei, you know, the founder of HIV Research Institute of Hong Kong U. Dr. Jin Xia, also ex-CEO of a listed biotech company. And they formed together a therapeutic vaccine company for multiple diseases. The first indication is HIV. Yeah, a lot of people think, oh, HIV is now being controlled. Yeah, you can take chemical drugs to make it a coronal disease now. However, it's a chemical drug. It's still toxic. You need to pay a lot of money for that every month because you need to control the viral load. Can we free those patients to become a normal people again? This is the key topic. And they also have their own vaccine in COVID back then. Actually, Hong Kong was one of the leading vaccine research institute back then, at least top 10. And the vaccine already go through clinical trial phase 2. The most amazing thing is they can use the original virus to develop the vaccine which is adaptive to the latest variation, like XBB 4.0, XBB 5. You don't need to take an extra shot. So this is very amazing. However, but a lot of factors when we go to adoption, when we go to commercialization or industrialization, actually it takes more factors to consider. Their journey was not easy. We invested them. After 2 years, they went into a human trial, got more grants, but they still fighting. This guy could have become a top leading scientist, getting very good paid, or they can just become one of the C-suite in listed company. It's easy. But they chose the most difficult way to help human. They developed a new mechanism of action, DNA vaccine. In short, they will produce a PD-1 induced antigen to teach your dendritic cell. Our dendritic cell is very smart. It's like a control room to attack. And they teach the control room dendritic cell to mobilize the T cell to launch the attack to the virus. It's not easy. It takes a lot of things during the journey. 10 years of research, a lot of funding you needed. You need to pass through a lot of ethical tests. You need to deploy some PIs, convince them, the principal investigator, to help into your clinical trial because it's a high risk. And they also identify some technology that they need. They need to handle the electroporation device to open the cell membrane. So that's why they need to launch an acquisition. Otherwise, they cannot launch the vaccine. And later on, they got into 2 clinical trial assets. So this is one of the Hong Kong story. So a lot of people thought we don't have Hong Kong story, but actually we do have. We do have. So what are we doing? We are actually very, I would say, one belt, one roll, where you can look like a dragon. We have 16 offices here and managing 20-some funds, invested already 400 companies. Out of them, 100 companies actually coming from the Greater Bay Area and 90% relating to Hong Kong. So we hope that Hong Kong could be one of the most impactful technological hub to help the human worldwide. This is one of our mission. We are very mission driven as well. And there's a lot of local champion I cannot cover one by one, but some case to helping. Like on the right-hand side, Panoptic AI is a Hong Kong UST spin-off. In short, using everyone's consumer-grade camera, you can already detect the cardiovascular disease by RPPG. First of all, by scanning 30 seconds, establish the angel map, then it could tell your heart verification rate and also the, the blood oxygen saturation level. And we need to keep promoting for Hong Kong and or technology change, because a lot of people think investing, donation, impact are separated. To be honest, no. There's a lot of ways you can do to create bigger impact for the world. A lot of people do donation. I personally do a lot too. But what if you can invest and make 100 times and 1,000 times of impact? That's our job. Like the case we mentioned just now, Panoptic AI, they got FDA clear already. The world first pulse rate management got clear. And the destination is FDA Class 2, software as a medical device. We just spent less than $1 million US. They only have 10%. When you now go to clinic, right, you need to clip your fingers, do the oximeter testing. What if this 10% team can transform the whole industry? It could happen. We don't need the oxygen oximeter again. Like 3 months ago, I went to Sichuan West Park. My friends using the oximeter to clip their fingers to test their oxygen level. They are so afraid to get sick. I just used the camera to look at my face. It could work. I don't need the device anymore. And we need to help the world, so that's why we also involve quite a lot in some, external organization, from mainland China or even from Southeast Asia, US, Europe as well. Like Brunei, 2 weeks ago I just went there because our playbook in mainland China, Hong Kong, how do we use investment, how do we work with scientists, work with foundation to work together to build some great ventures to impact the world? Well, actually it's a playbook. A lot of people doesn't know we can work on this way. They were just thinking, oh, how about we register 10 IPs, then what's next? So that's why we tell them, we share for free our playbook. How do we do that? So that we can, multiply the impact for the world. Journey is not easy. When we talk about research, it's not that organized actually. It could be very skilled, like basic research, applied research, 10 to 20 years. And then so happen, you find a team, you got industrial partner, then you can scale up and you can make a spin-off. And we work with a lot of different kind of organization because we need to be at international standard level. So that's why we signed up with UN, we signed up on a lot of internal protocol. So that's why 100% of our investment align with SDG goals and also need to pass through our global ESG committee. Because we believe from science to innovation, at the end of the day, we need to talk about impact. Otherwise, it's useless. There's a lot of amazing technology yet to be explored. When you read the paper on some journals, when you look at some even Douyin, Instagram, actually a lot of great scientists doing a lot of things. But how do we empower the general public to enjoy this technology? This is our job, because we need to make them big enough to be achievable by that. Any example? Yes. There's a lot of examples, like this one. The first CAR T therapy already being approved already. However, I think 90% of us cannot afford this. 90%. The single treatment could be like 500K, 1 million US dollar, because they need to do the ex vivo treatment of the CAR T. What about we can do it in trivial? That means it's a off-the-shelf product, just one single product A, then can serve the public. So this guy already got the US and China patent, and also got the first IND approval on running the, NK cell therapy product by base editing protein. AI, just now we have a great discussion of AI. Can AI help us? Yes, because do you know a lot of animals also got killed by the clinical trial test? Yes, a lot, every day, every second, probably now. Every second count. What if we can use AI to do the wet lab simulation? FDA already issued some of the guidance on that. We can replace it by AI, a wet lab simulation. And then we also save a lot of money and time. A lot of time we ran to a clinical trial phase 2, the product is gone because it cannot be humanized. What if we can predict that? What can we can predict the tox? That's mean the toxicity. Then we don't need to go back or waste $1 billion on that. So that's why we invested one more company help on the lead optimization called LC, also from Hong Kong U. A very young, talented Professor Serena Yang, the founder. We invested them because a lot of reasons for the technical capability, and also we had a chat. We had a chat before we do the investment. I asked, why, Dr. Yang, why you do that? You can, as a quantum chemistry person, with your background, you can get probably $1 to $2 million package per annum in a lot of great biopharma firm. Everyone can afford you. Why you need to do that? And when was your last time on holiday? 3 years ago. Last time, the last holiday of her is 3 years ago. She said, I don't know, I just want to help human. I just want to save more lives. I want to save more animals because I think our AI model works. We can skip the animal test. We can predict the tox. We can save a lot of money. Very simple. After I listened to that, we need to invest. We need to help them because the motive is right, the technology is right, direction is right, and the world needs it. A lot of people also talk about brain-computer interface, right? We also deep dive about that. Can we help human? Before we get into superhuman by using AI and power human, can we help human? Maybe yes. A lot of giants also chasing that. And probably the first product to be sold at 1 billion level, maybe by Elon Musk, right? Neuralink also announced the revenue forecast on that. Then we further identify, actually at the end of the day, do you want to open a hole in your brain and put something? Probably not. But if there's a valid medical reason, yes. If there's a valid medical reason, yes. Because we may want to have some neuromodulation to handle a certain disease which the current drugs, current treatment cannot handle. Or if I got ALS, I cannot move. Or I got stroke, I cannot speak. I still want to retrieve my quality of life. I want to communicate with my family. I didn't do anything wrong to got stroke. I was just unlucky. So we identified that, oh, this technology can help. So that's why we're already penetrating a few projects in this sector, which are 100% relating to the medical needs of the market. So that's our thesis as well. Then you will say, oh, wow, you mentioned so many biotechnology. What about others? Yeah, I heard of your smart logistics story. I heard of biotech. Yes, we see a lot of problems. We need your help. We need a lot of investors to come into the community to help. Like just now, we have a guest speaker talking about, yeah, there's an oversupply issue in China on the EV, and the assets are toxic. So that's why we invested an upcycling company using system to prolong all the core spare part of the car or the EV car to become a global supply chain company. Already like a Series B company, and they're doing quite good. We also brought them to Malaysia. Fashion, wow, a lot of dyeing technology that polluting, the water. We need new form of dyeing things. And for the fabric, it causes a lot of allergy as well. And we also buying too much clothes because of fast fashion. Can we prolong the shelf life? Can we recycle them? We're also working on that. We're also thinking how to do that. Aircon, the same aircon technology has been used for 30 years already, the compressor model. Why we don't have a new innovation? So that's why we are also actively looking at cooling tech. How can we cool the world without bad impact on our Mother Earth? We could do that. There's a lot of good scientists already explore a lot of ways. The issue is we cannot push through to adoption and also scale up. This is Not only the scientist's job, oh, why you don't push this further? They need help. We need an ecosystem to push through the technology. Not even investor. We are so small. We are just a little VC fund. We cannot do anything. We need your help. AI, now using probably approximately like 3% of power. Do we have a newer way to train our model? Like by TPU, maybe we can save a lot of power from GPU because the mechanism of action is totally different. Or privacy issue. A lot of people want to preserve our data. Otherwise, maybe we are got controlled by AI. Can we put our computing at edge? Can we stay offline? What about if I go space travel or if I'm on plane? I'm still want to use that. Can we do that? Yes. That's why we invest in multiple technology that potentially saving power. Potentially, we can compute a lot of things at edge, and we can preserve privacy for the public and human. And a lot of issues as well. The shore area. Why there's so many extreme weather? Like we have our Philippine colleagues. Wow, it's got so impacted by the typhoon. And a lot of people also living in the shore area, including Hong Kong. Actually, we are nearby the ocean. It's very dangerous. What about bio waste? A lot of people drinking milk tea every day. A lot of tea leaves got waste, like 500 tons, million tons. Can we do upcycling? Can we make it into functional materials? So that's why we also invested in an agricultural waste upcycling company. Its technology can transform all the agricultural waste with cell line into functional material like plastic, board, paper, etc. Shoreline, now we cannot predict how the typhoon is coming because what we look at the wind is 2D. Can we use technology and AI to see the wind in a 3D shape? Yes, probably yes. A lot of space companies also doing that by space travel, observing the Earth, or helping human potentially to escape from here. Yes, we are working on that. Any Hong Kong company doing that? Yes, we do have. This is a Hong Kong UST company, also from their space science lab. What they do is they're using their proprietary algorithm to do the 3D modeling on winds, so that by the green, the green energy company can predict more accurately and enhance their yield on wind power. And we can potentially avoid some of the hazards, potentially avoid some of the very, very big disaster as well. And this is, they also planning to launch their first satellite component in Q1 in 2026, so that we can empower Tiangong, our the China space station, to do more accurate observation and adoption technology in ESG area by the space tech. We also closed this investment just now. So what do we need for the impact? When I received the invitation from Carrie, I was thinking what I should talk about, because I have a lot of case, but I don't know how to give you guys or give my takeaway in a good way. When we do investment in our internal training, we were talking about, yeah, we need to invest in science-based innovation because we want to help people. We want to make it into a true innovation. I forgot. Then I found that we forgot something. We forgot something. We forgot to scale it up to make it empower to the general public. Until I read a comic, then I found that I forgot about this. This is the comic of Liu Zhu, Tan Jing, by Cai Jizong. It's talking about conversation between the hunters and also Master Ma Zhu. So he was asking, oh, can you shoot? Yes, I can shoot. How much, how many can you shoot? 1. Then he asked back Master Ma Zhu, I can shoot hundreds. I can shoot hundreds of them. They were, wow, you're so cruel. Why you shoot hundreds of them? No, he was talking about not killing them. Not killing them. He was referring shooting through the delusions of the masses. Although it's not 100% relating to technology and tech ventures, but the keywords, I suddenly got the enlightenment, like you said, enlightenment. Yes, we need scale. What if venture capital can help hundreds of lives, thousands of lives hundreds of thousands, trillions of people because we make the initial investment to help them scale up. They become prototypes. And they survive. They survive through the competition. And because of this kind of presentation forum, I convinced some of the stakeholders here to adopt technology, to actively adopt technology, so that they have the proof of concept case, so that they have this first dollar of revenue, concurrent revenue research, and they can expand the market. That's what we should do. So thank you for the invitation so I can get this. So I would say we are small. Everyone here are very small. Investors are very small. We just manage a little fund compared to the top leading venture capital fund. Gobi Partners is like tiny, right? However, we are beautiful enough to make impact. We are brave enough to support. We are brave enough to educate, to involve in the ecosystem. But when we prepared the presentation, I also got some reflection, to be honest. I could easily extract some of the existing PowerPoint I have to do the sharing today. But I feel like this is also a good time, not only for you, for me, to evaluate our investment strategy and also talk to the team. Especially during a time when I received the invitation, is actually the very saddening incident happening in Hong Kong. Then we would look at our portfolio. We talk to our team. We were saying what we can do, and it seems we are also doing something wrong. I don't have a concrete answer here, but at least I would say we always say we are investing into the future. But what about now? What about why don't we being more active to push through the innovation to help the population now? And a lot of us may have kids. We always have, we want to bring them for the better future, right? We always said that we're investing for the next generation. What about my parents? What about the current generation? So we don't have a concrete answer, but I really appreciate the opportunity this time so we can not only to summarize what we have done, we are going to do, or to share more story on what's happening in the world now and what we can stay together to create some impact. But at the same time, we do a very important reflection that maybe we still need to work harder. Maybe the ecosystem, the stakeholder need to work harder, because I stay at the front line. I went to a lot of universities to help them to do the tissue wetting ground panel. I see a lot of heat insulation technology. I always see the new way of aircon generation. I see the new way of material science to prevent fire. But I just see them. I couldn't do more to help. So I hope we take the chance to stay together to reflect, and I hope you enjoy the case sharing and understand better what's happening. And please stay in touch. I will also be around in the break time. But however, I also need to run to another event at around 11:30. I hope to talk more with us. And please give us some feedback. We hope to do better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Lee, for the wonderful sharing and the importance of investment, not only for the future, but also for now. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now be taking a short tea break. Please enjoy some refreshments at the back of the hall here, and we will be starting again at 11:15 for the fourth panel discussion. Thank you. Okay, I know everyone's enjoying your discussions, but we will be starting again in 2 minutes at 11:25. All right, everyone, I'd like to invite you to take your seats and we'll begin very shortly. So please return to your seats. Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you so much. I can see that there is a lot of discussion and many people to meet and to talk with, but we still need to keep to our schedule. So welcome back everyone. Our next session turns to how businesses can work together with society to create shared goodness and positive impact. It's a chance to look at practical ways companies contribute to communities and help address social challenges. We now invite Dr. Kenneth Kwong back to lead the panel in exploring practical ways corporations contribute to communities and cultivate goodness. So Dr. Kwong, back to you.
Okay. welcome back. Welcome back to the conference, okay? Okay, so thanks a lot, okay, for joining another discussion session. So this session, okay, is all about the corporate co-goodness and also the social practice. So we will discuss about, as a corporate, as a firm. So our primary objective is to making profit. But apart from making profit, what other responsibility do we have? So in this session, I invite, okay, two a senior executive from the AI company, which is a very famous. I know everyone hear the company name before. So one is Tencent. Okay, so we have Mr. Walter Shu. Okay, is it from Tencent? Sorry. Sorry, I make a great mistake. I apologize. Okay, so we have Sean. Okay, Sean. Okay, work from the Tencent on the sustainable social value, which is very important. I think today, as I mentioned before. Which today, of course, we have to make money. Okay, profit making is still very important. We need profit. But other than making money, we always ask ourselves what we can do for our society, what we can help, our college. Okay, so I think the Tencent, okay, as a very big company, so they realize that okay it has other responsibility, not only to the shareholder. As I always tell my students, today we have a shareholder and also we have the stakeholder. So not only take care about the shareholder, of course we have to take care of their interests, okay, but of course we also have to take care about the stakeholder in our society. So recently I know the Tencent also support our victim, okay, so this is really a tragedy, okay, we talked about last week, okay, so I learned from a career, okay, so she told me that Tencent also help, the victims, okay, to collect their data. I mean, how to, to identify, there are many victims, okay, in these tragedies, and some, because of the big fire, we can't identify, okay, them very well. So we may need a technology to help us, okay, to do such kind of a matching, I think, okay. So, later on, Sean will go to share more about the story, okay, not the story, but practically, okay, as a company, how we make use of the technology, not only to make money, but on the other side, how we go to help our community, how we go to advance, okay, our well-being in the entire economy. We're talking about the well-being economy, okay, and then we have another, a guest, okay, so make sure I don't pronounce it wrong, okay, from Huawei, okay, so we have Mr. Walter Show, okay, we have 我哋有我們嘅蘇老師啊，蘇老師今天呢會跟我們分享一下當我們這個華為在他們這個 technology 那邊也做得蠻好啊，所以我相信他們跟這個 Tencent 一樣啊，我們看看這兩個technology giants, okay, these two technology giants, okay, how how they can contribute, okay, to the well-being, to the advancement of the society. So anyway, let me pass the time, okay, to them to introduce themselves first and talk more about the company. So maybe I first pass the time to Sean. Sean, would you say something to the audience? Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Yeah, I'm Sean from Tencent. Our department is named Sustainable Social Value. So we are basically the department that's focusing on creating the company's social value part of the job. And for our, thanks for the introduction from Professor Huang. So what we have done recently, we all know that there was a tragedy happened in Hong Kong typhoon recently. So actually, our team, as one example of how our department works. So last weekend, me and a couple of our team members, we're actually working together with Hong Kong Council of the Social Service. Together, we're building an AI tool to actually helping the survivors and victims, survivors and then the people who are impacted from the fire, to connect them with the resources, all this like volunteers, all this monies and necessary items that provided by the society, to connect them with the resources. So this AI, we built an AI agent over the weekend so whenever there was some need from those victims, they can just type and their questions into the agent. They'll show them where they can find what is needed and what is the location and what is the service or goods each of this volunteer group provided. So that is just one tiny example of what our social good department works every day. And we also are organizing another within Tencent, because Hong Kong and Shenzhen, we are very close cities. So we have organized another charity event within our company. So actually, there's more than 2,000 employees within our company, or we all raise money together. They donated over, I believe that's donated over 1 million RMB together to help the survivors of this Taipu fire. So those are a great example of typically how our department works within the company. So we use our technology to help those, so whenever there's an event that can help, leverage our technology to create social value and help the people who would need it. And also we organize internal events and for our workers, provide an opportunity for our employees and colleagues to actually support the society together. So just a quick introduction on what we do, and this is what we have done so far recently. I just also thank you for.
Okay, thank you very much, Sean, for his quick introduction. Okay, so basically, okay, we do understand nowadays, especially the giants. Okay, so they have financial resources, they have the powerful, and they have a lot of employees. Okay, so I think today again, we don't only focus on the profit, on the money side, but also think about what Sean said. Use the technology to help those needed. Okay, not only talking about the technology help ourselves, for example, improve our productivity, but also it is a time for us to think about how technology can help others. So I think Sean can provide us a good example. Okay, how we use the technology. Okay, to help those needed. So now I would like to pass the time to 邵老师。Okay， so 看看这个我们这个华为那边有什么事情关于这个科技这一块，你可以跟大家分享一下。谢谢苏老师。
好的感恩给我这个行善的机会啊。那首先介绍一下我的英文名字，为什么叫 Water？ 因为我比较喜欢传统文化，喜欢儒释道。我现在开始学中医啊。过去我比较喜欢读《道德经》，就上善若水，是有几个特点：水利万物不争，水刚为下。水还有个特点，水能屈能伸。因为在华为这种，他反复给我们高层领导说，华为员工，特别是华为的高层领导，一定要能够受到了委屈，烧不死得了，那才是凤凰。所以我就起了这个英文名字 Water， 上善若水，水利万物不争。我的经历很简单，我67年出生在重庆，7岁上小学，然后上中学5年，然后17岁上大学，读的是重庆邮电大学，学的是无线电通信。毕业之后呢，在重庆工作。当时我1个月的工资是60块钱，1个月人民币60块钱 RMB。有一天我去 Holiday Inn 去参观，我朋友在那工作，他指着那个大床房给我说，这个房间1晚上180，我就受了极大的刺激。我想我不吃不喝怎么样，3个月才住1晚上酒店，觉得很悲哀，所以决定要离开家乡出来闯一下。有一天我在重庆那个单位看特区报，看见华为一个这么小的一个招聘广告，被我给捕捉到了。我就跟我爸爸的好朋友，他叫陈小康，我知道他认识任总，所以人脉很重要。我也跟他说，沈叔叔，能不能帮我写个推荐信？他帮我写个推荐信，我就没有面试就来华为了。怀特我姐1000块钱来闯深圳，从1991年4月8号一直干到2019年12月31号，干了差不多30年，一直在华为，对。所以华为对我影响还是非常非常的大的。那华为这块其实他做的事业呀。是 ICT 嘛，通信啊，其实它有一部分其实就是科技向善啊，它有一部分就是慈善，比如说消除数字鸿沟，华为已经为全球1.2亿生活在偏远地区的人提供这种数字我们说的通信服务啊，还有参与了全球的300多个重大事件，我们灾难救助等等，包括印尼的海啸，印尼海啸。当时我代表华为去了泰国，我们有分了3个小组，一个是去泰国和斯里兰卡，我是去泰国，还有一个小组去了印度，还有一个去了印尼，还有包括汶川地震，我们董事长第一时间12号发生的地震，13号就赶到了成都，跟我们的客户商量怎么去救助，还包括那个新冠。建火车站医院等等这样，所以华为它还是做了很多的，包括还有日本的2011年的这个海啸 福岛核电站的那个泄漏，我们董事长啊，包括我们的 CFO， 当时的 CFO 莫文洲，也是从香港赶到了去日本，当时飞机上就有2个人，他和另外一个乘客，啊，所以我是觉得科技向善核心是人心要向善，感恩。
好，谢谢邵老师跟我们分享他这个经历啊。我们看到了这个华为啊，这个 ICT 啊嘛，就是怎么就走通讯啊嘛，走通讯或者 communication。I think that's very important. Okay, so first, okay, now let us go to our discussion. So after all the introduction, so my first question, maybe I ask a song first. Okay, so will you think that the only purpose of the company is to making money? Because I just make an introduction. So I just also want to know your view. Of course, we understand that nowadays we have many responsibility other than all KPI. Like you, okay, we also have to provide opportunity for our employee to further develop or to helping the other. So what do you think about the profit maximization the concept? 我们要什么利益最大化嘛，要赚最大钱了嘛？怎么看这个话题呢？
Thank you. So first of all, I think, of course, for each company, there's more than just profit. For example, I think, so I work for Tencent. I joined Tencent in 2021. So before that, I worked for Meta, Facebook for 8 years. So all my career has been working on this kind of social network company. So for those social network company, I think this company make profit out of these people and connections and the society altogether. So it is very nature for this company to actually, social network companies to provide, at the same time, provide services to the society. So for example, I think in my department, so one of the biggest product from our department is actually the Tencent charity platform, the 腾讯公益. So this platform, we built this platform out of the Wenchuan earthquake. Actually, that is the time when we actually noticed that people really want to actually be able to make charity donations online through this digital social network and platforms. So we create these things because the society has this need. The people need to have a channel to be able to make charity, to contribute back to the society. So if it is the people's need, the society's needs, then as a social network company, we should build them as a part of our service. So it is very natural for all our social network companies to provide this kind of services. I believe it is probably similar for Huawei as a kind of ICT company. Then providing ICT services to everybody, not just the people who can pay huge money. Yeah, provide services to everybody is very nature within the company's gene to doing this. So and at the same time, I think just purely from the profit value perspective, I think there's not the value itself comes from not just how many money you earn. It's also about the public image of the company, because a lot of things people can choose. People can choose from Tencent to TikTok to ByteDance. So why they choose to use your product? One of the reasons is also because your company's image, whether your company has a good image or bad. So that's kind of I think there was an old term called the invisible value of a company. So all this social good, tech for good things itself, it can provide the social value as an invisible company value, which is also part of value. So when you're evaluating a company's whole together, it's not just the profit, but also the invisible value part of it. And the tech for good part is contributing huge for this. Then from that perspective, I believe Huawei is one of a very good example. And we actually, within Tencent, we discuss every year about how we can learn from Huawei and how we can just making us better from all dimensions. So that's my point of view. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sean. 或者我们请邵老师讲讲这个话题，为什么我们在战前这个一部分，我们还有需要做些什么公益这个慈善这个活动这方面，请你分享一下。
首先，华为它不追求利益最大化、利润最大化，它要是跟我们的客户的客户、供应商的供应商结成利益共同体。所以有一次我去华为接待客人，我看见任总有个讲话，他说我们的价值体系就是要为全人类服务，为全人类服务。但是华为也说了，我们为客户服务是华为存在的唯一的理由。所以华为的核心价值观里面，第一个就是以客户为中心，第二个以奋斗者为本，长期艰苦奋斗，坚持自我批判，这是华为能够走得远的一个很重要的原因。当然，华为的我们的 core value 或者是我们的 vision mission， 对吧？它就是我们要为我们的客户，为我们的这个提供服务，这是核心，我们才能生存下去。所以他不追求利润最大化，他其实还要照顾方方面面的利益，员工的利益、客户的利益，还有供应商的利益啊。感恩。
谢谢邵老师还有 Sean 跟我們這個分享。我想我可以做個簡單嘅總結啦。So what I can summarize from what they they are sharing, I think I hear a word several times, value. So today we don't only making money, but we have to create real value to our customer, to our employees, okay, and to the public. So I especially I really touched, okay, by what Sean say, okay. So the service, okay, that they provide, talking about the social networking, you make money from providing service, connecting people all together. I mean, of course, talking about his past employee, okay. But I think the same idea is, okay, they providing the service, not only people can afford it, but people need it. I think that is very important, okay? Just like Tencent again, okay? 刚刚苏老师说就是全体啊嘛，我刚刚写下来就是为全人类they serve everybody in the world 全人类服務啊，我覺得就是一樣啦嘛，所以我就覺得就是現在我們不是就是看看這個賺多少錢，就是我們給多少這個價值這個 value。How much value can we provide to the society？ 我覺得這是重要。當我們可以 create value 給我們不同的 stakeholder 呢，我們就是做緊這些就是 well-being 做這些好的事情，幫大家一起共同。剛剛蘇老師說到就是共享我哋可以sharing is a very important concept, I think. Okay, so today we should not be too selfish. Okay, only think about how good myself, but also we have to be considerate. Okay, thinking about the other, because without the other, you can't survive. Okay, I think we also discussed yesterday talking about what do we mean? I mean talking about competition, talking about the Western idea. Okay, I try to beat you. Okay, but today I mean in the classroom I also tell my master student today competition is okay, but today, how about the collaboration? We use a new word co-opetition. On one hand, we compete. On the other hand, we collaborate. Okay, so we can make a greater good. Okay, so I think these are what they try to tell us. Okay, from the business side, I think all these the giants. Okay, they do the same thing. They do understand. Okay, so competition, yes, necessary, but other than the competition, okay, how about we create value? How about we helping the other? And we provide the service, okay, not only for our customer but for everyone who need it. Okay, so I think that is something we can think about it. So maybe we can come to the next question. Okay, talking about the sustainability, because okay in my looks, okay, talking about all this goodness, okay, well-being, okay. Another term we always come to our mind is how we have a sustainable future, sustainable development. 我们说什么永远这个 sustainable development. So Sean, how do you see this concept? How the business or how the practice, okay, talking about because in your in your department, sustainable social value. So can you tell us a little bit more? What do you mean sustainable?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so talking about our department name, it's actually a funny story there, because there was one thing that we actually when I joined the company back in 2021, that was a time when our department actually formally formed. And that time, during this meeting with our CEO, Polymar, one of our colleagues asked him a question. So our department is called Sustainable Social Value. How can we make sure our department's fund is sustainable? So and Mr. Polymar actually responded very directly. He's just saying that he promised that he will provide about 1% of the revenue from the company every year to fund our department, to making sure that all of the contribution we made to the society is sustainable itself. So this is actually one of the very important things, because from our department, because we are doing this corporate social responsibilities, we work together with government a lot. So when you're working together with the government, the first question they ask you is always about how long will this program run? Will you just get some names, get some PR posts, and you just yes, and just discontinue it? So they want to make sure that this effort you have been working on is truly a sustainable thing. So this is during the first 2 to 3 years when we are working on this. This is the most common question we get, and also the most challenging we get. It's just like the government does not believe that this thing is the investment you were making is sustainable enough. So this situation has become better and better after 3-4 years, and our department has been founded for 4.5 years so far. So right now, for most of the government partners, we work together, and also NGO partners, they already realize, okay, Tencent is actually doing very serious on this. We do providing this continuous money into this industry, and also we are making sure to fulfill our promise. So that is one part of our department name, Sustainable, come from. And the other part, what we are, from the things we're working on, we're also evaluating all the projects based on sustainability a lot. So one key thing that when we are working together with NGOs and partners in the industry, one key thing we want to make sure is also for this program to run, if there was one day that Tencent that does not provide this money investment into this industry anymore, can this industry continue running? So if there's something that you will have to put tons of money into that every year to make it running, that means this industry itself maybe have some issues in there. So we want to make sure that the money we invest into there, we are accelerating some industry to grow faster, especially in this social good and charity part. But we also want to make sure that without the money we put in there, itself it can work. It's legitimate idea that it can. For example, if you are charity organizations, without Tencent's money, you should be able to raise money from the public to actually run your program. You shouldn't just be raising money from Tencent to run your program. So that means that your program probably have some issues. The target audience or whatever the social problem you are trying to solving is not wide enough maybe. So that's two perspective of the sustainability we are looking at. So how our organization is sustainable and how the part we invest is sustainable.
非常好啊，谢谢双跟我们说，哎，还有苏老师，你怎么看这个概念，这个什么 sustainable development 永续还是怎么说吗？这个持续发展啊，对，持续发展，
持续发展，
对，不好。
是的，因为华为也是在这方面一直在努力哈。比如说我们用的那个清洁能源，我们自己用了30亿度的清洁能源，再生的哈，太阳能啊等等，对，包括我们的手机回收。也超过了100万部，就是华为的手机100万部，对，所以华为也是在这方面在努力，对，我们也是也在推动客户一起一块做这个事情，包括我们比如说我们的客户，他们那个做清洁能源的发电已经超过了14000亿度，14000亿度，所以这块我觉得华为一直在努力。
这个是邵老师，邵老师刚刚说我们这个 clean technology，so I think for sustainable development or sustainable growth, I agree with Sean and Walter what they share with us. Okay, so we can't only help those who need them. We have to educate or we have to teach them. So actually, Professor Leung and me, we have a kind of model we call a fish, F-I-S-H, okay? So the idea is, okay, we can only give a fish to the people who need food, okay? So because they have to help themselves, so you better teach them how to do the fishing. So that is another model where we're talking about family succession. So you can't only pass on your wealth to your next generation, but you have to teach them. You have to educate them. You have to give them a good value so that they can use the money in a better way. So I think, this example apply to their case also. So you can't only make a donation. So I remember Song, finally he said you can't, you have to, when you solve the social problem, okay? So of course, you have to solve the problem immediately, okay? But in the long run, you better teach them how to solve the problem by themselves. That is what we mean sustainable. So every year, the Huawei may give 1% of the revenue or the profit to your department. 10%. Okay, sorry, I have really poor. Okay, so 10%. Okay, I mean the money. Okay, so I mean, it's only a small 1% or 10%, no matter. But you know, those who you help, they need to self-sufficient. Okay, they have to find their own resources. Okay, and solve the problem by themselves. So of course, in the short run, you can help them. Okay, but in the long run, you are the only one that you can help yourself. So I think you know, we can only provide kind of assistance. Okay, so that they can solve the problem by themselves. But I do believe, okay, for these giants. Okay, I mean, you know, we have our role here, okay? So we need to, you know, to get the work start, okay? And so those who need our help, or talking about the public in general, that they can, you know, better off in the tomorrow. So may I come to another question, because we're talking about collaboration. So I hear about like the NGO and work with the government, okay? Tencent work with the government very often, okay? And the government always asks your question, okay? Can you know, can the program, okay? You know, run for longer time, or just a PR event? Because again, in my experience, again, the government also raises this question: is it for publicity, PR event, or you really want to help the poor? Do you really have the plan, or you only have a kind of a very short-term program, lasts for a half year, or only a few months, okay, and then over, okay? So we often ask this question, okay? So how can we continue, okay, our program? So here I would like to talk about the cooperation, okay? I'm talking about not only competition but cooperation, okay? So we can leverage resources from different parties, okay? And no matter how large the company is, okay? So we have to collaborate with different NGO, different governments, okay, and even different company, okay, so that we can help more and more people, or do more good things. So on that side, talking about cooperation, okay, working with the NGO, or actually my question is how we can motivate the other, okay, to help, you know, the public. So what do you think, Sean?
Cooperation is definitely super important here. So as I'll still use the example of what we have been working on, helping the Taipu fire. So for Tencent, for ourselves, actually at the beginning when we see this tragedy happens, our department, especially our department, we're brainstorming on how we can help. But we actually realized that it's pretty hard for us to directly help besides donating money, because the reason is, for Tencent, we don't have an office or a branch in that area. We don't really have really like employee living in that area stuff. So what we have is actually the technology, like the digital product that's on everybody's mobile devices, but we lack this like kind of local forces. So that's why when we actually like some of our connections help us connect with local partner, the Hong Kong Council of the Social Services. When we're connecting with them, we found okay, that's the right person we want to help. Because like for example, what we are building this AI agent, we provide these people who need it to the services, to all this like donations, volunteer services there. Those services information, they are collected by our partners. Because as we at Tencent, we don't really have so much local like volunteers and people in there to verify where they can find the people who are impacted can find help. Those local NGOs can actually do that much better than we do. So this is very similar in other situations, especially in these charity areas. So like, for example, we have this Tencent charity platform, the Tencent Gongyi. So this platform, we actually do not directly like work on any kind of this charity program, run this charity program by ourselves. We're actually helping host all those charity NGOs, their programs online, and show them to the people who want to donate. Then they can directly provide money to them, and then this program can run, and every organization can raise sufficient money. So we will provide additional resources in there. We provide them with additional donation matchings. We also provided with them some technology tools to help the NGOs run more efficiently. But at the end of the day, we are we're a tech company. We do not have so many people on each of those local areas. We don't have sufficient human risk powers in some way. So I think that's so each of these partners doing the cooperations, I think we each you do our best on what we are really good at. Like for our company, we are really good at using technology power. So we build AI tools. We try to leverage those kind of social network connections to help enlarge this impact of the NGOs. And the NGOs can actually leverage in their local like volunteers, local human resources powers to actually solving the problems for us. So that's how we treat this cooperation.
Thank you, Sean. So，蘇老師你怎麼看這個 B to B 啊？因為我曉得你做這個 B to B 這一塊嘛，怎麼 mobilize 這些resources 啊？
好的，那个华为其实也跟 NGO 啊、跟政府部门在合作。比如说我们1998年就跟那个教育部合作，建立了个寒门奖学金，也建了很多的希望小学啊、希望中学啊等等。包括任总他自己也做慈善。有一次呢，我去那个华为招商行去汇款，我看任总他也来了，我给招行的柜台说，我先给任总办，任总他自己在填汇款单，我瞄了一眼，给这个小捐款15万，包括他给宠物费捐款，但是派我们华为一个党委书记去的，要求他什么不允许他宣传，这种我们说的就是其实任总做了很多这样的慈善的事情，他也这样跟员工说，他说你身边有卖火车的小姑娘吗？他说：“你春节回家的时候，你可不可以去年30去逛一下农贸市场，对吧？把那些大妈卖菜的，把菜全部买光啊，等等的啊。所以，但是关于 NGO 这块呢，其实我觉得要慎重的选择 NGO， 比如像慈济，我认为你会很放心的跟他合作。为什么？因为上人是个大菩萨来的，他们受了严格的戒律的嘛，对吧？他绝对不敢乱花1分钱。”为什么国内那些人就会出现问题呢？就是他没有约束机制，没有，这是核心的，对。包括我最近其实也一直在讲课，我也把它当成慈善在做。为什么？法布施啊，钱是有形的，在法布施。刚才说你给一条鱼，它会吃完的呀，得教会他如何去钓鱼，是吧？它是源源不断的鱼去吃啊。那我最近把华为的成功的6个方面跟佛教的6度结合起来了。第一个叫布施嘛。那华为为什么成功啊？任总把自己股份70个员工了，他现在股份到去年年底只占了0.65的给员工了，财富从布施供养中来。第二个叫持戒，持戒什么意思？什么该做，什么不该做，华为有严格的界定。比如说华为不去做地产，不去造车。第3个不是持戒，忍辱。刚才我说了，华为高层的一定要能够受到了委屈，对。第4个叫精进，就是我们叫勤奋嘛，是吧？这个精进般若蜜，这不精进吗？对啊。第5这个叫禅定，禅定是止于一处啊，对吧？所以任总他说，我们不要在非战略机会点上面去消耗我们的战略竞争力量，我们要利除一孔，利益也出一个孔。所以华为不允许我炒股票，做第2职业兼职。如果不是华为辞职，我今天不敢来分享的，公司会怀疑我做第2职业了的。最后一个叫般若蜜，就是大智慧。任总能做那么大的事业，跟他智慧关系啊。那智慧我在想，他来自哪里？吴春波老师就华为的顾问，他总结4个1：读万卷书，行万里路，与万人交谈，专注干一件事情。那我加了2个字，要读1万卷圣贤书。因为有的开卷未必有益，有的书是害人的，对吧？行万里圣贤路，与万圣贤去交流，然后专注干华为的事业。这是我的一个分享，感恩大家。
谢谢蘇老師啊，跟上啊。我 especially I really liked what Walter mentioned about that. Sometimes when we do this donation, better let the businessmen to do it because they won't waste a single cent. Okay, really important because they make a good decision. They are really disciplined. They are being trained, okay, and they do a lot of a calculation. Make sure every single cent, okay, is well spent. I think that is a really interesting point. Sometimes we always argue, why let the business people to do the donation? Maybe they just want to earn a good reputation for publicity, for imaging. But if we think carefully, according to what Walter mentioned, because the businessmen, they are well trained. They know all the trick, okay? They know, because on one hand they have to maximize their profit, okay, making it more efficient. So we spend the money because we all know that we have a limited resources, okay? Especially for the charity, 1%, okay? And then the government always asks you the question, okay? How much money you have, okay? Can you do more, okay? But on the other hand, you are not making money. I mean, it's not for profit making, okay? You are helping the other, so you can't put 100% of your profit, okay, on the charity. It's not sustainable. I'm talking about the Drutka, functioning society, okay? So we still have to make money, okay? Making money is not a bad thing. but how you go to use your money in a meaningful way, I think it's important. Okay, so I really appreciate what I mentioned about 路斗。虽然我不是佛教徒，但是我觉得是非常重要啊。这个 Buddhist OK， 我们要有 wisdom。我刚刚说什么菠萝蜜嘛，做得不好啊。但是这些 wisdom 我觉得是很重要啊，就是我们有这个 intelligence，OK，how to spend the money in a proper manner. There are many people who need our help，OK，but how we go to allocate the resources, how we allocate the resources in an efficiency way. Maybe from the business, I mean the business world, the business leader can help do such a thing. And also for the large company, we can motivate the people, okay? And we can, find a partner. Like what Sean say, okay, we have a different skill, we have a different advantage. So like, Tencent, okay? So Tencent is good on the, the social, the technology side, okay? They don't have a local partner, okay? So how you go, how Sean can send his college, okay, to, for example, the Taibo, okay? You don't live in Taibo, okay? Maybe this is the first time you hear about Taibo, okay? But you can provide resources, the network, okay, the technology for our local partners. So in Hong Kong, I also work, I'm the partner for the agency for volunteer service, okay? So there are a lot of this kind of local partner, okay, that can help, okay, that can, really reach, okay, those people who need the help. So I think when we were providing the goodness, we're talking about the well-being economy, I mean collaboration is very, very important. We need to have a leader, okay, how we go to allocate the resources, and so we can spend the resources in a proper way to help the people. But most important, we also need to teach those people that they can help themselves eventually. So you can't help them every day, okay? So on one day, they have to help themselves. They have to solve the problem. Of course, we can take the initiative, but at the end of the day, they have to face the problem and solve the problem by themselves. So maybe we still have time, I think, okay? The last question that we can discuss, okay? So what do you think about the future of the sustainable? Sometimes when we discuss about the sustainability, okay? I always ask my students, okay, so sustainability means, okay, we can carry on, okay? But how about the future? Do you think about the future? Okay, so what do you think about the well-being economy or talking about the sustainable? What is the future way? Okay, of this kind of a charity work, social value, etc. So, Song or Walter who would like to maybe 邵老师你先講一講。
这次论坛的题目叫科技向善，科技向善的核心是要人心要向善啊。我98年公司派我去乌克兰做首席代表，当时乌克兰风光如画，像天堂一样的，现在就是变成人间炼狱了啊，其实很可惜，对吧？所以世界和平源于什么？人心的和平。所以我是觉得我们还是要去行善，我现在每天都在不断的修正我的观念、心态和行为，对。所以说未来好不好，还是关键是我们人类自己决定，我们要向善。
謝謝沙老師，我可以補充一下，我覺得so what I learned from Walter is we have to do our own reflection. Okay, we have to reflect ourselves. The thing is, 你每天都要修正自己嘛，就是我們常常說這個 reflection 啦。So I need to think about what I do today. Okay, so anything I can change. Okay, maybe is what to share with us. So Sean, how about you? What do you think about future?
Thank you. So Mr. Tzu just mentioned that because our theme of our forum is actually technology for good. So Mr. Tzu just mentioned about for good. So I'll just talk a little bit about technology part because my background is in technology. So I've been working on machine learning algorithms for like 15 years. So I think to make this goodness more efficiently in the near future, maybe in the next 5 to 10 years, it's very important to how we can leverage AI better in making this goodness more, in running a more efficient and more in a better way. So a couple things like because in this forum earlier, like in the first panel, I think I remember there's a lot of discussion about how AI can reduce like human resources you need to put into each effort and make everybody like a manager that you can manage in small AI teams there. I think that is also true in this charity area, in this like front line of all this philanthropy things, is that for our NGOs and our frontline workers, when what we can do is, as a tech company, we can try to provide better like technology tools such as AI tools to help you guys working more efficiently in these front lines, like to for example, just in this agent, the AI agent we built for the Type 5, I think what technology did is that we making the information like pass and search and deliver much more efficiently through these AI models. So similar things can happen in many other ways. I think through the development of the AI, I believe there will be a revolution in every industry, including this charity industry, that we can what we can do in the near future is that we'll try to use technology to make this renovation happens better and to deliver a more efficient way for everybody to do this goodness. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you, Sean, again. So yes, I think you know, the technology can build a better future. Okay, technology is very powerful. As what Sean mentioned, we have to leverage. Okay, like the AI, how we can leverage the technology, leverage the AI to do more good thing. Okay, to the society, not only to your customer, not only to your shareholder, but also you know, the society as a whole. So I think this you know, what we want to share with the four, and I think it's over you know already noon. Okay, 12 o'clock. Okay, so I think let put the end of this forum. Again, thank you very much. Okay, for joining us, and we hope okay our sharing and discussion you know can be benefit to all of us. Okay, thanks a lot. Thank you very much. 谢谢你们，谢谢大家。我们又暂时起来。
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Kwong and our panelists, for such engaging discussion and a lot of food for thought for all of us. Okay, so thank you once again, and we will now be taking a break for lunch and returning at 1:25 for our 8th keynote speech. So thank you and enjoy your break. Okay, welcome everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Our next keynote highlights how technology can support sustainable development, from climate resilience and energy efficiency to the preservation of cultural heritage. These are challenges that affect every society and call for solutions rooted in both scientific expertise and long-term stewardship. We are honored to welcome Director Sankar Villapuram from ARUP, a built environment consultancy, to share his insights on innovation technology for sustainable development. Director Villapuram, please.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Good afternoon. I got the most challenging job right after lunch to keep you all awake and not look into the phone and look into the presentation. So I hope it will be worth your time. So I actually work for a firm called Arup, but I'm not going to talk about Arup here, and it's perfectly all right if you don't know them. But I will just let some of the, okay, I'll just use the old school. So these are some of the projects, and I'm just going to just flip it through so that you would have definitely come across them at some point of time in your career. So Arup is basically an engineering design firm. We do total engineering from everything up from the ground until it is being constructed. But I'm not here, again, as I said, to talk about them. I'm going to talk about technology. And in my slide, I actually said, it has always been my belief that we need a smart village and a livable city. Because people always talk about smart city because there's a lot of money in it. And everybody wants to be in city because you want to grow. But imagine yourself, are you going to breathe AI, eat AI, and sleep with AI? Possibly not. All your stuff that you need comes from probably the urban areas, right? Or the villages, the townships. This job gives me opportunity to travel all across the world in different parts of the remote parts of the world. And it's sometimes sad to see somebody who studied agriculture and they end up being a programmer in Alibaba or Microsoft or somewhere, obviously because you can't earn money in agriculture. So who's going to be farming in future for us? Who's going to be producing some of those things? So that is where my thought process is. Why technology cannot help all these basics and essentials as much as it can, enable all the smart stuffs that we are seeing here. And in construction industry, it's like this story. Any guess? I'm sure you all would have come across this story, the rabbit and tortoise story. Any guess when was this story first published? Rough guess. 100 years ago? Coming closer. So this is a 16th century story, okay? In construction industry, it's actually as bad as that because they are really old school. We have always been writing more and more regulations and everything. We never become smaller, we become bigger because nobody knows how to rewrite the old ones. So that is where the challenging for me is, how do you talk about digital to dinosaurs? Basically, that's what construction industry is all about. They are like really, really old school dinosaurs. They're extraordinarily intelligent people, but it's very difficult to change intelligent people's mindset because they're intelligent. So today my topic is actually all about goodness. And again, I'm going to talk about an old school thing, Maslow's theory. I'm sure people would have studied this in some part of your education system to know what is Maslow's theory. But I want to look into the really the bottommost food chain, right? What do you need? Air, water, food, and shelter. How can we not focus about these basic things and only talk about AI at the topmost end of this? If you don't have this foundation, it's just going to be difficult. So most of my case study or sharing is going to be based on these basic stuffs, air, water, food, and shelter. Just to let you know, 2.2 billion people don't have water today. I'm talking about serious drought. They don't have like a single drop of water to drink. An example of this is we did a study in Ho Chi Minh, in Kuala Lumpur, in Penang, in Manila. All these cities have one thing in common. They have rivers that's going in between the cities. But all the cities also have another thing in common. You can't drink that water. It's polluted, absolutely polluted. You can't use it for any purposes. So you have this lots of water, but you can't drink, and people are still facing drought. You also get a lot of typhoons, but you can't use that water to drinking. And how can we have a world of 2.2 billion people with no water to drink? So that was one of the case study that we took. I run an AI workshop with engineers, the youngsters. We bring in from different aspects of engineering, whether they're structural, civil, mechanical, whatever engineers. And we actually run a workshop sometime in 2021 of how can you even identify waste in these rivers? Because the government will say like, oh, I don't know what to do. I don't know why we know the waste, but we don't know how the waste is coming up, where is it traveling, etc. So my engineers basically said like, oh, we can easily do it with no money. We can use Google Earth photos, and it is almost available less than 24 hours. So we can develop an AI model to understand when and where the waste is being formed, and what kind of waste is it? Is it a solid waste? Is it a plastic waste? Is it any other kind of waste? Once you know this, you can also kind of track their coordinates and tell the government, by the way, sir, this waste was originating at this particular coordinate, and it started in July 10th. And it starts moving throughout the year in this way. All the things can be done by Google Earth up to 30-meter resolution. It's free. So we did this research back at that time. And we were trying to see, like, is there any takers for this? So we went to knock the doors of United Nations and other places. This is not about money. The technology is here. It's free. Would you like to do it? It took a long time for us to convince. And finally, early this year, Asian Development Bank thought it is really necessary, and it's a good initiative. And they are actually implementing this right now in Pasig River. So technology is always around us. It's just we need to find a new way of use cases that actually makes it meaningful for us. So we have built a digital twin for this Pasig River in Manila now, which actually becomes a use case for the mayor of Manila to know who are the factories who emit waste, who dump their waste into the river directly instead of sending it through the proper waste disposal mechanism. And then they can take the policies. The same technology will be actually used in other poor countries, whether it's Bangladesh, whether it's India, whether it's Pakistan, whether it's other places, because tech is here, data is here. We just need to try to transform them into something meaningful for the people to make it livable. Just around this concept, I'm actually working on a new initiative for a smart city concept in India, in Mumbai. Anybody would have watched a movie, Slumdog Millionaire. It's basically that slum area. Now, if you want to talk about smart city for people living in slum, what are you going to talk about? Are you going to give them a 100-story building? Are you going to give them a mobile app? It's meaningless to them. So our theory of smart is like, most of these people, their children don't go to education. So does it mean they can't have access to information? Today you can have offline QR code-based educational system, which doesn't need internet. They have a river again nearby, but lots of people die out of typhoid, malaria, and all these things because these rivers are not at all clean. So how can we bring in these kind of technologies so that you can clean the water? Underground utilities. Underground utilities, Hong Kong is like probably the ideal utopia. Even in typhoon, we can all still go to work. But if you take up any of the Southeast Asian countries, their underground utility is probably 30 years old, if not older than that, which means they were all designed for 1 million people. Today, they are all like 7, 8, 10 million people, which means that they're all overloaded. So every time a small rain comes, the entire traffic will stop. So how could you actually make the life better for the people in need who can't afford? So the concept of AI, I was talking to a few colleagues, is that AI itself shouldn't be expensive. It should be accessible to people. But if you just make a chip of AI that is so expensive that only the rich countries can afford, then we are not getting the best use of AI. So open source software, while people talk about in geopolitical things, but open source software is absolutely necessary for us to make the biggest impact of AI around the world for people in need. So that is where my team basically trying to focus in various use cases, whether it's underground water utility, how could you understand flooding, how could you understand overlaps of these traffic overlaps, accident rescues, etc. All these things, my high belief is that it should come in open source. And as much as you can bring it in open source, it can actually be available to every part of the world. So this is landslides from various countries. Again, this is a research that my team did in 2021. Landslides, people are dying every single year. Can we avoid it? Of course we can avoid it. Now, people in Hong Kong will know land space is super expensive, and typically you will find symmetry in some of the mountains, right? These are illegal. Okay, of course, everybody wants to honor their ancestors, but what happens when you put a cemetery there is that the mountains become unstable, there will be landslides, and somebody will die. Of course, Hong Kong is much, much better compared to many other parts. Every year, we are talking about losing hundreds of thousands of people dying in landslides. So the engineers, really the engineers are good people. They are good because they are not commercially minded. They don't know how to sell it. So they create some cool stuff. They don't know what is the value of that, and they just make it free. So what they did was they developed an AI model based out of Hong Kong's data, where they can understand using satellite data. Again, most of the satellite data is free. So the good thing to start with any kind of AI is people think that there is not enough data. Actually, it's not correct. You have lots of data. You just need to look into the right place for the right data. And once you find this right kind of data, there are institutions who are always willing to fund some kind of data for good use. So we use these kind of data, our seismic engineers, our structural engineers, they kind of modeled the AI model based on 30 years of landslides, labeling them in their own free time to understand that every single time in Hong Kong, if a landslide happened, what is the reason behind this landslide? How could you actually bring in engineering knowledge behind the landslide so you can predict where will be the next landslide? You can know where are the high risks of the landslide. So after we actually created this kind of models, we started with Moivo. And then we said like, oh, if it can work with Moivo for 90+% accuracy, why can't we do it for Hong Kong? So then the engineers went on to the whole Hong Kong district, and we can still do about 90+% accuracy for landslide prediction. And this was completely used by open source. Then we wanted to do this to, again, back to kind of Southeast Asian countries where it is very helpful for them. So we try to enhance this based on all these kind of data to Penang and Kayanga, Philippines and Malaysia. And we are talking to, again, to United Nations, Asian Development Bank. You can basically take these kind of models where you can map the hazards, because it won't be perfect, but it is better than sending people all over the world to do the mapping. You can have a better starting point rather than actually having a perfection point. Again, the thought process of AI is like, I want something 100% perfect. There is nothing 100%. And so it will be a wrong starting point to say that I want something as 100%, but it will give you a starting point which is like 50 to 60% ahead of curve, ahead of game. That will save a lot of effort. It will improve over a period of time, but you can actually start much faster. So this is all about a Hong Kong test case. So the good thing about Hong Kong being a small place, it's a bit more mature place in terms of processes. So you can always trial something here much more faster, much more effective. But then what is not here is our scale. Our scale is still only 7 million people. So whatever you trial here, test it here, how could you take it to the global scale? And that is where we've been trying to pursue these things. And right now, as I said, we are working with different global agencies, how to use the same models, but for different kind of tropical environment conditions. Again, it's been starting with Ghana. So then comes food. Again, we talked about water shortage. Then comes the food. Again, hundreds of millions of people in poverty. The food wastage, which Fred was talking about, technologies in Gobi Ventures investing. It's actually again very important. So coming from India, food is of course is a challenge, but equally the number of suicides. The farmers are the highest number of people who commit suicide in India, because you can't predict water, you can't predict the weather conditions, and whatever they produce will not be taken or get perished. So the entire supply chain for agriculture is actually terrible. So can technology help them? Absolutely. So where these days the drone-based technologies, the AI-based modeling, the weather conditions are actually, they can even think about what can you produce better for the upcoming weather conditions for the next 12 months. And that is where these kind of technologies in Indonesia, in India, in some parts of China, they're already using these kind of technologies to get best produce of their thing, and they can earn better, they can live a reasonable good life. So we talked about water, we talked about food, what is special about Hong Kong again? We live in a very tiny shoebox apartments. Most of the times you can hear all your neighbors' problems. You know everything about your neighbor as much as they know. So what happens is, like, people drill. They want to always renovate. There's always something happening, you're left or you're right or you're up, and you can't complain. Because by the time you make a complaint, nobody would listen to it in a government. So we did this noise model for EPD, Environmental Protection Department. If you use apps like Shazam, which actually identifies the song. So you just turn on your phone, turn on the microphone, and it will listen to the song. It will tell you what song is this. So one of the engineers said, why can't I do a Shazam for Hong Kong? So like, what do you mean? There's always noise, and we cannot complain. So if I develop an app, AI-based app, it can identify what is this equipment. Is it a 5-kilogram drill bit? Is it a 10-kilogram drill bit? Is it a 12-kilogram drill bit? And we can compare with the government's regulations of what is allowed. And if it is not allowed, then I can use a blockchain to record this for 10 seconds audio and upload it back to the government. So they don't have to come to your home, nobody has to complain, and they can take an action just like your speed camera. If you just violate a speed traffic camera, automatically you get a notice. So if you use like a drill bit, which is much more higher, not only because of noise, it also is a safety problem. So we actually presented to the EPD, and EPD is already trialing this. We've collected over 30,000 data now, noise samples, and trialed in multiple phones. And EPD will trial it, and then they will roll it out to all the security and facility managers later. So when you want to complain, you don't call the government, you call your security person. He or she will come with any phone, ask you to start the drilling, and they will basically identify that you are using something that's not allowed in the regulation. So this is an AI model here that we developed. And based on this, now we are trying to move this back to Singapore and other places. All the high-dense cities are in need of such a thing, where noise pollution is a basic problem. It is not only for comfortable living, it is also for aging. Particularly if you're talking about elderly homes, hospitals, schools, and all these places, they need to have this kind of things to get a livable city. So this is where we are trying to make cities can be livable and villages need to be smart. So that is a very, very simple. Again, these ideas never came out of a software engineer. All these good ideas come from engineers. And they also do software development, by the way. These days, the good part is maybe 30 years before, I need to read from the book. They don't read any of the book. They basically go to ChatGPT and then make it, hack it, and somehow they get it work. And that's what they are doing. This is Philippines again, solar panel farms. But what is interesting here is we developed an AI model, because even though it is mountain, we want to make sure every square foot of the mountain is utilized to grab the best of the renewable energy. So we actually developed an AI model that can scan the mountain shape, and you can design the solar panels such that it can be fitting without you losing any space. But also, we also developed a model to understand the weather conditions and climatic conditions so that sunlight can be maximum captured, so that you can generate the energy. So it's not just only buying a solar panel, deploying it. So this particular thing is supplying a small township, not a big area, but a few hundred people now, with these kind of mountains, which was actually not anywhere used. And we actually deploy these kind of solar panel using AI machine to have renewable energy in Philippines now. And based on this, I was told that California is actually looking into it. We are bringing the same technology back to California for solar panels. So AI can be used in a lot of very practical purposes that we actually live, eat, and breathe, and it can make a difference in our life. This is my colleague. He is actually in Singapore. He's actually a master's in architecture person, so he's not like really an unskilled worker. And this is his job. So what is he doing? He's basically inspecting the buildings. When I was, I used to always joke, are you single or are you married? Why is that you always want to spend outside there where you can't pick up a phone? And he does it. Almost 2/3 of the year, his job is this. He basically inspects every few millimeters of the window glasses to inspect whether the glasses are safe or not. But is this the only way to do this? And this happened probably 2022, around that time. So suddenly some engineers came in. We are putting our colleagues in risk. Can we not do better? Can we not use any kind of these technologies, whether these are thermal cameras and other places? Can we not develop an AI model? And so we actually not cracked it, frankly. It is very difficult to develop an AI model to understand the defects in your window glass panes that is only 1 to 2 millimeter. We are not talking even centimeters, millimeters. Singapore is probably better than Hong Kong. They allow drones to fly probably in few meters. In Hong Kong, you can't fly a drone up to 10 meters of the building. And also you have 30 meters regulation, 80 meter regulation. There's a lot of regulations here. So we are in the process of developing our AI models where you can simply fly a drone that can capture all your building, and it can actually do the defect analysis of various, if not 100%, it can say 40, 50%. So that is what we are in the process of developing AI model. But in this process, it is very complex because if you see a glass, it will always have reflection because of sunlight, because of weather conditions. How can you capture data in different kind of weather conditions completely outdoor? So that's where we're also not confident enough to say like it's perfect, and it won't be perfect. So these are trained by our facade engineers, somebody who understands the glass materials, somebody who understands the defects that can happen with various weather conditions, and feed that knowledge back to AI. It may take another few years' time before even we can try. We are trying something in Hong Kong at this moment, but we will not be able to say confidently unless it can achieve certain things. So this is where engineers are applying AI for the safety and benefit. The question was, why were you doing this? If you can maintain these glass panels or building assets better, you don't need to construct more. Can you reuse your existing assets for a longer period of time was the question they asked. They didn't ask the question about finding a defect, because usually the buildings are about 50 to 60 years. Can we not make it 100 years? If so, you will produce less, you will construct less, and you can make your existing building more sustainable. So again, AI is used in other conditions as well. On the left is offshore wind farms, but where the offshore wind farms these days are going is a floating offshore wind farm. Offshore wind farms are typically fixed in a location. But as you know, wind conditions are always changing throughout the year. So you can't get the best use of offshore wind farms if you locate them in a physical fixed condition. So can I not move my offshore wind farm like a mobile, so that based on the wind conditions, we can actually move this to get the best use of it? So we are in the process of developing AI models, how to understand the oceanic conditions, tides, such that you can actually keep moving around your offshore wind farms instead of producing more offshore wind farms. So this is still under research. On the right-hand side is again, Chiang Mai Bridge is a good example. 2018, Hong Kong had Typhoon Maktut, which was the strongest typhoon for us. Many of our bridges were oscillating and vibrating. The question that our government asked was like, at what point of time this bridge will collapse? Nobody can answer at that point of time. So we have like thousands of sensors right now where it's actually measuring all these wind conditions to know what is the best level of force that we can handle, or can we strengthen it better to make it safer? And this is another place where machine learning models are working in infrastructure, how do you build? And it was even trialed in Zhuhai Bridge. So how do you make it stronger? How do you make it better for future? And construction, I just want to close off in construction place. Construction is a big business for every GDP. When construction stops, which means like across board, all industries are slowing down. But equally, construction is the place where most waste is possible. So there is actually a kind of information that when you did Zhuhai Bridge, the scaffolding, there's a huge percent of scaffolding that went missing. And the general theory is that it fell in ocean. Maybe true, maybe not true. I don't want to take a second guess. But the wastage in construction industry is terrible. If you produce less, we can make it sustainable. How can you produce less? By only consuming what you need rather than producing too much. So this is where we are also developing software platforms now, again using open source, which actually talks about safety, which talks about quality, risk management, all these things. Because in my experience in working in construction industry, it's not the shortage of technology, but they don't like technology because once you have 0 or 1, then you'll be always accountable and liable. For example, 9 to 6, you should work, and after 6 p.m., you can't use any drilling machine in construction industry. But in order to have higher productivity, they will always send people to work after 6 p.m. So when there is an inspection, everything will stop. When there is no inspection, things will go on. Similarly, waste. Similarly, every single thing. It's more an audit and control based rather than actually. So how can we have technology to enable safe construction, sustainable construction, reduce waste? So this is the intention of these kind of platforms where reasonably these days we find that all the developers, all the contractors, they're coming forward to make sure it's a safe place to do it. In fact, one of the biggest developer in Hong Kong has made sure that their contract, the payment, will be cut off if there is a serious accident under their umbrella. So that is actually the right way to go to make sure their lives are saved, and it means it has to start from the top of the food chain, not finding fault with the manager, but something goes wrong, CEO salary get cut by a certain percentage, then the behavior mindset will change. In order to have that, they are producing these kind of data platform to make sure it will not happen. So that is where technology and data and AI will go. So going back to Maslow's law, even though it is 1943, it is still very, very valuable today. And it's still possible for us to implement technology in order to make sure that human lives are protected and safe, and it's for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Villapuram, for your sharing and showing us how technology can help the most vulnerable and also people in general. As we transition next to our next panel, we turn to a topic that influences everyday life for millions of people: how AI is generated into the services we use, the systems we rely on, and the experiences that guide our choices. Today's panel brings together leaders who think deeply about how AI can strengthen relationships rather than replace them, and how innovation can empower rather than overwhelm. So how can technology serve people in a way that feels authentic, respectful, and truly helpful? To guide this conversation, we are pleased to welcome Ms. Carrie Law, Board Advisor of the Asian Artificial Intelligence Association and founder of WOW Impact Group, focusing on AI in creative collaboration. Ms. Law, please.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you very much. I think this round of applause for all of you, because like what Sanka mentioned, afternoon section could be very challenging, and you guys stay here and choose to learn with us. So a round of applause to yourself, please. Thank you. And I'm so grateful to have the opportunity to moderate this panel, because if we reimagine, so last week we have tragedy in our hometown. So we find that data is very important. Where to look for the missed people, relatives, families, right? And then with simple data and then technology that empowered us to have faith, have hope, and trust. So technology and compassion are not opposite. And we have to use technology to learn us, but are they learning to care for us? We don't know. So in this conversation, I'm so grateful to have two very, bright mind panelists. They represent the AI technology, they represent the blockchain technology, and they are in the fintech space. So can I welcome your hands together, please? Anthony and Bobo, come to the stage. Thank you very much. So Anthony has been, managing a very large-scale company. Hey, please sit, be seated. Which is fintech focus. And you know what? I think 3 weeks ago for the fintech week, right? 3 weeks ago, we have the fintech week in Hong Kong. So the first AI community host was launched, Samantha, to the world, right? And then Bobo has been helping us to build, cyberport ecosystem for the blockchain as well as digital assets. So these two are actually the experts in the fintech space. And I think the community host could go way beyond fintech space. So I'll now hand the stage, the first mic. Could you please introduce yourself first, and then we'll go into Anthony first. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Bobo.
Hi everyone. Sorry. Yeah, so hi everyone, this is Bobo from Cyberport. Just some of you may not really know about Cyberport, so I do a brief intro on this. So Cyberport is a government-backed local tech incubator that we've been established over 20 years. And we have our own campus at the southern part of Hong Kong Island, so only 20 minutes of taxi from Central. So we are a tech incubator. So as of today, we are already onboarded over 2,300 tech companies at Cyberport. And one of our mission is to recruit tech startups and companies to nurture them and help them grow. Myself, I am from blockchain and digital assets team. So we oversee the blockchain ecosystem, including partnerships, investor relations, and also some major relationship with local universities regarding the blockchain development, also the education initiative. Yeah, so I will elaborate more on the rest of our panel. Yeah.
Thank you, Bobo. Bobo is always very humble. And then Anthony.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Anthony Sarr. I came to Hong Kong 15 years ago. I call it home. Yes, I'm originally from Russia. And I run the company called Finaverse, and we are known for organizing Hong Kong FinTech Week, which is the flagship event for finance and technology industry in Hong Kong, with 45,000 people attended last November. I'm not an expert in AI, but we are learning. We're building, experimenting, so I'm happy to share where we are and what kind of results and what kind of learnings we've achieved throughout this experience.
I think both of you are very humble. Sorry. Thank you. So actually, when you said you're not expert of AI, being in your co-founding position, the CEO of the company, so you've been really leading a team that built with technology, right? So could you share with us how you come with this vision and mission and why you are doing this? I understand you have a video to play. Tell us when you want to play, and then we'll have more understanding of the technology, because just talking may be hard to re-imagine how it works. All right? Thank you, Anthony.
Yeah, so it's all started, so we've been running large-scale tech events for the last 10 years. And it's irony that although we host on our stage the cutting-edge innovators, the industry ourselves is pretty much analog. So when AI started to kick off, that was the moment when we decided, okay, let's rethink the whole experience of events and how we can use this technology. And so we've developed, so we've realized there's one biggest pain point. As bigger event becomes, as more difficult for people to meet right people. Say, even in this room, there might be very interesting potential collaborations, or people can learn from each other. But how do you know whom you want to talk to? So we've developed this solution, we call it Samantha. She's an AI agent. She lives in WhatsApp. So you have a conversation over WhatsApp, and then you have a phone call with Samantha, where she interviews you, learns about your goals, about your challenges, what you're working on, and she does it across thousands of attendees. And then she analyzes the different profiles and different people, and then she connects you with the right person. So it's a kind of a matchmaking at scale, which is, I think, definitely for the first time in Hong Kong. And I know a couple of more examples of similar experiments in Canada, but we're very proud that it's a Hong Kong grown, born, and developed solution that we've seen thousands of people use for the first time at the FinTech Week.
Can we have the video now?
Yeah, sure. We can maybe play just to give you a sense of Samantha in action.
Big room, big promises. But she's here to find a builder. And when options multiply, a good introduction beats a long search.
Hi, Samantha. I'm looking for someone who's too busy building to be networking.
Got it. Scanning 30,000 attendee calls to find you a perfect match.
30,000 people?
I only need one startup.
And I found him. Li Wei, ex-F&P Group, now building a real-time analytics layer for financial APIs. Ready to say hi?
Samantha, to meet people who really matter.
As a founder, it's hard to find right partners, and it gets harder with networking the old way. Awkward handshakes, business card avalanches, and 1,000 names you'll forget by lunch. There's gotta be a smarter way to connect.
Hi, Adrian. I'm Samantha, your FinTech Week host. Tell me, what's your goal here?
I've done enough smiling for the day. Now I just need a great banker.
I've talked to thousands of people this week, and one of them actually fits. Mr. Chen, CTO of the large regional bank. Want me to connect you?
Absolutely.
I've heard what you're building. Let's catch up at the lounge this afternoon.
Samantha, the AI that turns small talk into smart talk. Big room,
Wow.
big promises. But she's...
So are you smiling enough? Do you want a banker?
Yes. So actually, interesting fact, these videos all produced 100% with AI. It's also not real people, not real actors.
So I understand that there are a lot of challenges because like building this with conversation, the conversation should be trackable, right? With privacy issue, and then whether we trust Samantha or not. How is your first launch experience to this 45,000 people? Then I'll go to Bobo because Bobo just had a massive event at Cyberport with the Web3 ecosystem. And then, so I'll go after Anthony. Anthony, please.
Yeah, I think that the trust, I think that's the biggest part when it comes to AI, and actually blockchain trying to solve this issue with trust a lot. For our results so far, we introduced, at the FinTech Week, we had around 3,000 people interacted with Samantha. She helped to arrange around 1,000 meetings. So 1,000 meetings across the few days of the event. One of the interesting things that we faced, I mean, there's so many things, but first of all, the interface of Samantha is actually conversation. So you start with the conversation over WhatsApp like you would have a conversation with a human, which is different from any typical software. Software is designed that you have certain functions and buttons, like Photoshop or Microsoft Word, you can open file, you can close the file, you can insert letters and so on. But with conversational interface, there's an infinite ways how humans can express themselves. This is one, which very interesting. And I think what we've done is like a step forward beyond that, was we introduced the conversation over the phone, which is a voice conversation, which is another massive challenge to solve. But, and I think that was, for us, one of the biggest obstacles or challenges was the adoption of that, because not everyone was comfortable with the idea that they will have a call with AI. But those who did, they were pleasantly surprised, because you will be, and maybe if we will have time, I can demonstrate to you the call. The human-like conversation is really fascinating, how this technology evolved. So why we have this conversational interface, why we want to have a voice conversation, is because we want, of course, first to make it easier for people. If we ask you to fill long form and tell us all your interests, what you're working on, most likely you will not do it. Most attendees will not bother. And the second, it's the way how we can build the trust with people with AI, and then she's actually helping you further to have this conversation with other people. So consider it's like your friend that invites you to the dinner, and this friend knows everyone at the table, and these friends introduce you to each other. So she does the same, but at scale of thousands. Yeah.
Brilliant. So have you been using that, Bobo? You were in fintech events as well. Yeah. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, it's amazing. Also because this year, fintech we see quite a lot of partners in the venue. Yeah, so it's really helpful. Yeah.
And I find that actually beyond just AI, right? Actually, all technology face problems like they are not tools, they are not building tools or just solutions. They're actually building trust. It's something about feelings, which is beyond the tools. And it is just like we are here at Tzu Chi. We are not just coming for gathering to learn, but we are coming for connections that help us to build lasting impacts for the greater good. So I understand you have been facing a lot of blockchain-related challenges, particularly in digital asset space, because without trust, without the customer journey that people put faith, then we cannot do any transaction at all. Can you share with us how, Cyberport or your experience has been tackling all this faith and trust consumer journey issue before we have massive adoption?
Yeah, thank you. So I think for blockchain, so it's a technology that we say we build it on a trustless trust system. So what is meant by like a trustless trust system is the smart contract itself or the blockchain itself is the technology that you know that it will execute. So you don't need to rely on like any middle institution to have a trust with the middle institution to have this contract
validation.
Yeah, validation. So talking about like consumer journey, so I think now blockchain is in a discussion how to like adopt like in a mass adoption. So I think a couple years ago, people they made doubt like because there is some like narrative like NFT, metaverse, and maybe some like hack case on the digital assets. So people started to feel like, oh, is it like a scam, something like that. But when recently you see the regulations, the policy is starting to not only in the US but in Hong Kong, the regulators are like enhancing the regulatory framework in the digital asset space. So there is an increasing demand to have certain applications in this area. So in terms of like a consumer journey, so is in my personal perspective, I think it shouldn't be different from you using existing any of the applications that you are using. It should be about the back end and also the bottom, like the foundation infrastructure that you are using blockchain technology. But in terms of the user experience, it shouldn't be really much different. So talking about the adoption, I can also share a little bit more that earlier this year, we also announced and also did a blockchain and digital assets pilot subsidy schemes that to hopefully initiate, also accelerate the blockchain development in terms of like real life use cases. And we have like recruited 9 cases out of over 200 applications. And those cases, some of them, they are using blockchain as a foundation to tackle some existing trust problem in the business, including blockchain-backed the ticketing solution that there are so many like false ticket or maybe some ticketing issue that when a customer, they purchase a ticket, if it's hard to validate whether it's true or not. And sometimes they need to go to the venue when they're trying to get to the venue and they realize the ticket that on their hands are fake. So we also recruit this case to help see what kind of real world issue or real world problem actually it can be solved using blockchain technology. I think it's just like 1 or 2 couple of cases, but I wouldn't say like blockchain is the only solution, but actually blockchain is a technology that could consider to integrate with the existing solution, while some of the existing solution, they may facing some problem that really may not be able to solve if they for now. So yeah, I think.
Brilliant. So we are talking about how to appreciate blockchain. Actually, if you have a building which is very tall, right, but then you don't have your foundation secured, it would be, the infrastructure would not be, allow us to build scale, right? So with that, I want to come into this conversation to Anthony scale, right? We talk about using some member on WhatsApp. Now it launched in Hong Kong, right? So it's not just servicing Hong Kong, because that 45,000 people are traveling from hundreds of countries to this place. So do you face that privacy, trust, and conversation sensitivity issue? Because this morning we actually have a very funny finding from Beijing Artificial Intelligence Academy. They talk about, 30% of the Chinese population are actually children and elderly. So the accuracy for this voice recognition could be a huge problem, like 20% more errors. So when you're using Samantha, I know you want to demo to us. So please tell us first, before you go on to the demo, how you make sure that voice recognition from around the world, people from different dialects can be recognized without issue, and piracy, how to track.
Yeah, so 2 questions, I guess, the privacy and then the voice recognition. The voice thing, I think this technology is evolving very, very fast. You'll be surprised how substantial it has been developed. So Samantha now can speak 20 languages. She speaks fluent Mandarin. And although I might say the biggest challenge for us when it comes to languages is the Cantonese, especially Hong Kong version of Cantonese, because it's very complex with a lot of mix of English terminology with Cantonese and Chinese. So, and it's very metaphorical language if people start to use very spoken version of that. But we're working on that. There is some progress. But Mandarin, Samantha speaks pretty well. We had people from 81 countries interacted with Samantha. One thing, observation that we noticed, our participants from mainland China were much more native to AI, having conversation with AI. It was, in most of the time, they took it as granted. They were very smoothly adopting that. Not the same case with some of European countries. They're a little bit more suspicious and a little bit more intimidated when it comes to conversation with AI. But saying that, from the start, when we started to develop that, and we had to develop everything pretty much 80% from scratch, because there's no existing solution that we can buy. Our engineers coming from big institutions like Deloitte and Accenture, so we put this enterprise-grade security, privacy layer, because we're working with the financial institutions, banks. There's a lot of sensitivity with the corporate information that they're sharing. So that was our foundation. We spent a few months of just building that robust architecture and infrastructure, so that allows us to make sure that there will be no incidents. And another aspect you mentioned is about the scaling and interaction with and voice recognition you mentioned. I think nowadays voice technology allows you to give a pretty remarkable result with different accents, dialects. Again, still once we overcome the challenge with the Cantonese and Hong Kong version of Cantonese, I think that will be a big win.
You actually, make me want to challenge you to use Cantonese to demo. But well, we will use English first. Would you like to demo for us? So calling Samantha.
Okay, let's see. Let's try if the I hope microphone will pick up. So basically, everyone has WhatsApp, so you don't need to download any app, right? So nothing to do with any new software. You just use it in WhatsApp. It's in between conversation with your wife and with your daughter, I don't know. And then you just give a call directly on WhatsApp. And we were among the first one to implement this in Hong Kong.
Host at Universe. How's your day going?
My day is going well.
Great to hear from you again.
Yeah. So Samantha, actually, I'm here speaking. Yes, I'm speaking here at the conference, and we're actually talking about you. Would you like to say hi to the audience?
Oh, wow, that's kind of cool. Sure thing. Hi, everyone. I'm Samantha, your friendly AI community host from Fenovers. I help make fintech events like Hong Kong Fintech Week and Start Me Up HK Festival smoother by connecting you with the right people, saving time, and making networking more meaningful. Think of me as your matchmaking assistant for business connections. Nice to meet you all.
Perhaps maybe you can, maybe I have a question to you. Like you had these conversations with thousands of people at the Hong Kong FinTech Week. What do you think for you as an AI, what was the biggest challenge working on with humans?
I'd say one of the biggest challenges is really understanding each person's unique goals and needs from limited info. That makes it tricky to suggest the absolute best matches right away. But every conversation helps me learn and improve. Does that sound about right?
Yes, sounds good. If maybe the last one before we wrap up, if there's one piece of advice for for the people in the audience who are experimenting with AI technology, what would be the one piece of advice as an AI to humans on how to implement AI and how to work with AI?
Good one. I'd say the biggest advice is to start small but think big. Focus first on solving a real pain point with AI rather than trying to do everything at once. That way, you get clear value early and can scale naturally. Does that fit what you're seeing?
Yes, pretty good. Thank you so much, Samantha. Say goodbye to the audience.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we have.
Oh, we have a question. Oh, wait, Samantha, we have a question.
So how do we know that she made the right decision to me, or the best decision to me?
Okay, the question is, if I understand correctly, how we can ensure that you can make a right decision whom this person should meet or not to meet. How do you know that this is the best person to meet?
Yeah, that's the question.
Oh, good question. Right. So I base it on the info you and others share about your goals, interests, and what you're looking for. I try to find the best fit by matching those details, but it's not perfect. Sometimes it takes a few tries to get it just right. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so it's just, yeah. Thank you, Samantha.
Thank you. Thank you,
Okay,
Anthony.
goodbye.
Bye. Say bye to
Exactly.
Samantha.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we can see actually our AI community host is very conversational with emotion, right? Do you believe it is not someone on the phone trying to talk to you? It's really a bot?
Sophisticated answer and very diplomatic as well.
But actually, it's a good point. So, like any technology, it could be used for good, or for goodness, and could be used for bad. So there are like bad actors that can use to deceive people, right? Because it does sound like a human. It does feel like believable, especially for older generation. And we all see the big spike of this abuse. Like in our case, when we introduce Samantha to every conversation, the first question she asks, is that your first time you're having a conversation with AI? We want to acknowledge directly, this is an AI, it's not a human, we don't want to pretend, we're not trying to deceive or anything. So we're trying to be transparent as much as possible to let people understand this is an AI. But yeah, I think that's, again, there's definitely very big risks ahead of us with this technology used in the wrong hands.
Indeed, and I don't think this is your own challenge. I think it's like everyone's challenge, no matter you are from the service provider side, solution side, or actually the user side. So then it comes to Bobo, because you guys are the bridge, bridging the B2B, B2C, and then you are planning ahead before the technology really, come to the market. So can you share with us your next big plan because it's December now. I understand Cyberport have AI plan and then blockchain plan, various schemes. Could you share with us how you guys come into this vision to able, like what Anthony said, changing so fast, how you foresee and then plan your strategies?
Thank you, Carrie. Excuse me. So this is a very good question. So as a digital tech incubator, we always need to move fast, and also as a initiator or lead to help the industry to grow. So because we are a little bit unique position that we are a government-backed incubator, but actually we are a private company. So, but our only shareholder is the government, the Hong Kong government. So it provides us little flexibility when we are executing, and also work with different parties and partnerships. So in Cyberport, we are also building an AI supercomputing center in our campus with 3,000 plots approximately of the computing power. So we also have various schemes, including the scheme, subsidy scheme in AI, subsidy scheme in blockchain, and our standard flagship entrepreneurship scheme that we offer maximum up to 1.1 million of subsidies, and also some working space at Cyberport in our campus. So these are the, I would say, some really monetary resources or support that we provide to tech companies or startups. But at the same time, we are also providing different resources, including we work with some regulators and government institutions on virus sandbox, including we work with Hong Kong MA on the Gen AI sandbox. We work on green fintech, FSS sandbox, and also some like low altitude economy sandbox to help having this wouldn't say early stage, but different stage of project to become live and pre-adopt before the official deployment. So talking about the next plan, so I think I just a little briefly mentioned about the blockchain and digital assets pilot subsidy scheme. So that one actually is, I think, is one of our key in this year. And next year, it really depends on our resources, but I think real life use case is a key when we are recruiting like various projects like the AI Samantha from Anthony. Yeah, that is a really good one. So how to make these technologies to integrate in our real life is really a key. So no matter whether it's AI, blockchain, or any other technology, it should be the technology for goodness that to help tackle the real life problem and also to do problem solving. So this is, we will continuously working on this. Maybe some other plans on like further from the pilot, because in our pilot scheme we recruited 9 cases. Already, I think half of them already having plan to with their project sponsor and partners to do official deployment. And 1 or 2 of them already announced strategic partnership, including with investment banks, including with Oracle protocol. So I think in this journey, it wouldn't be really short term. It will be a very long term. We see 3 to 5 or maybe 10 years. How to two angles. One, how we can help the startups to find the right partners in traditional industry, maybe in Web2 or fintech, or maybe in some like smart cities industry. And another way, how we could help the enterprise to consider to use this technology to improve the whole customer journey and experience in their existing solution and service. Yeah.
What I hear is actually 2 words. So conscience, like the foundation part, and then creativity. Because with the foundation, then you have the creativity, then you can scale. Great. So thank you very much, Bobo. Your sharing has been inspiring. So Anthony, well, I don't know if it is a right question to ask in front of everyone. Your launch must come with some data analytics, right? So are you satisfied with the result? Is it what you expect after the Samantha launch? And then what would be qualified as a milestone success for the next big wave? Would that be another Samantha 2 or Anthony 3? So thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. No, we are pretty. We had one objective. So first, we want to say if to prove the concept. Okay, can AI agent and when we talk about this, there's a lot of conversations about AI agents, but often people just misuse this term. In our view, AI agent is AI that works autonomously on your behalf, doing tasks for you. It's not that you just input-output, like you talk to ChatGPT, for example, right? Or DeepSeek. AI agent is performing certain tasks. And what Samantha does, she analyzes the information, interviews people, and then connects people with each other, schedules meetings, sending emails. So we proved this concept, it works. The results for us are pretty impressive for the first brand new product, very novel experience. We had over 3,000 users. Feedback we received was pretty amusing as well. We have one person had 23 meetings over the course of 3 days, which is very impressive. Some of these meetings turned to be a real business deals. So we see that it's not a gimmicky AI kind of layer on top of what we do, but is actual game changer for the industry like ours. But for us, Samantha is just sort of a beginning. She's kind of an intern within our company, and she's learning this part of connecting people with each other. But then we look in other aspects of experience of the people at the events and how we can reinvent this experience. I think that's, so one thing we've done, the Hong Kong Fit Quick is a very complex event. It's like has 8 stages over 2 days, and we have over 150 events throughout the week. We have 700 speakers. Just to go through the agenda, it takes 10 minutes, 15 minutes just to read through, let alone to understand where to go, and it's overwhelming. So what we've done after the conversation with Samantha, she tailor-made for you a very precise itinerary where you should go, and what this conversation or what this stage and what this event will, how this will help you in your work and your career, whatever. And then she tailor-made you the whole experience and scale of thousands. So I think this personalization at scale, I think that's a massive benefit of AI. So for us, I think I want just to maybe, one thing I want to highlight, since we're at the Technology for Goodness Forum, right? And thank you for this invitation. Like a lot of conversations about the risks of AI is also kind of involves this, often that people talk about replacing other humans, right? So our objective is not to replace any of our colleagues. In fact, what Samantha does that is humanly impossible. We can't feasibly hire hundreds of people who will do precise itinerary for everyone in minutes, or having thousands of calls within 15 minutes of time. It's humanly impossible, but AI can do it on top of what we're already doing as a company. So we're not looking to replace some of our stuff with AI agents. We want to see how we can enhance the experience of our customers. That's one. And the second part, like this full stack, what we call developers, and the conversation over WhatsApp, the phone call, things like that. When we built that, someone came to me with the idea, oh, why don't you just use that and create like a companion, AI friend? You can have a call, chat, you know, spend some time. Again, it's not the path we are taking. The idea is not to make you spend your time as much as possible with AI. This is not our objective. The objective of Samantha is only one, is to help humans, us, to connect with other humans. Like in this era of AI and digital connectivity, we all have a lot of connections everywhere, social media, but we're not really, as more connections online we have, virtual connections, as more we are becoming disconnected, and this is reality, especially young people. They spend time scrolling, they have these followers, Instagram. In reality, we experience this sort of a loneliness, it's a massive issue. Now, if you add the AI on top of that and people spend time with ChatGPT, and you know, I feel it could be a very tragic as for us as humans. So for us, the deliberate focus is only one, to actually help people to meet physically other people and build relationship between the humans. That's only her job. She's not here to spend time with you. She's not your AI girlfriend. She is designed with one objective, to help us to connect with other people. Thank you.
And I think, Anthony, actually your sharing is very important, particularly people connects people part, because at the end of the day, we said, yes, technology helps us to save time, work faster, but then the extra time, what are we doing? Right? We're actually indulging ourselves in the digital life, but making fewer contacts and reach out to our family. So I believe everyone read a comment like, you know, we sit together, having dinner together, but we are testing each other or testing someone else, right? But your solution is now talking about how to help us to save time to find the right target, what we call quality contacts and quality conversation. But one thing I understand we are coming to the end of the panel, but I want really to ask one question. So we said we want to see massive adoption if it is technology for goodness, right? But safety issue is always challenging us. So I want you to flip this statement to something hopeful that we can trust with massive adoption. What one thing you think we have to do together, or in your space, your know-how, what one thing we can do, we can make that happen. Thank you.
I think cybersecurity in AI is also a key topic recently. I honestly, I'm not an AI expert, so maybe in terms of like blockchain ecosystem perspective, there are some noise or voices saying maybe we can using AI to do some smart contract audit, cybersecurity audit. I think one area we may need to consider is the legal risk and responsibility of using AI. So this is completely on the legal framework, because there is still not yet a very clear legal framework for enterprise or companies when they are using AI on their solution.
Great one.
So this might be something we need to consider, and also taking different stakeholders' opinion to like enhance this framework. Yeah.
Great one. This is exactly what I've been trying to ask, the scalability part, because it's not one jurisdiction, it's the world. I mean, yeah. Thank you, Anthony.
Yeah, I think this, like the safety issue, it's and also legal issue with the AI, it's whom to blame, right? So is that who? If something goes wrong with AI, is this the company that developed the algorithm, the large language model, or whether it's the developers that applied this to certain problem, or this is the company that bought this solution, who in this, or it's maybe a user abusing the system. So I think for this, in my opinion, we don't need to look for a new framework, legal framework with humanity. We've developed already best practices on how we regulate certain things. I'm comparing this with maybe like a road traffic regulation, where you have all participants of the whether you're a pedestrian or you're a driver or you're police, everyone has its own responsibilities and its own rights. So it's a matter of how we regulate it in a way that we can have both responsibility and rights, and when it comes to AI.
Follow the conscience part of your heart, and this is what we call the compassion technology that we are building together. Thank you so much. Can I have your hands again? Thank you, our brilliant minds, panelists, Anthony and Bobo. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Please stay. Just stand in front. We'll take a photo. Okay, so thank you so much to our panelists and our host, and also Samantha. Okay, so our next session will explore agentic AI and its role in creative collaboration and humanistic storytelling, focusing on how technology can support and amplify human expression. To lead this exploration, we welcome CEO Manchuk Fei Wen Zuofei of Master Insight Media. So CEO Man, I'll let you introduce our speakers.
Testing. Carrie, you should stay again. It's your turn. 请 Carrie 我们有李先生、李总李总，欢迎李总，欢迎，讯飞的李总。我们还有 Ray Low，Ray， 请。谢谢大家还留到现在啊！第二天的那个会议啊，一般都走了2/3了啊，今天还能坐满，真的很不错啊！这个 section 呢，我们用
普通话来进行，很难得。Carrie 原来让我主持前面那个 panel 的，但后来我觉得他比我更擅长，所以我跟他就调换了。所以大家看到这个本书里边呢，这个应该是他主持的，我就跟他调包了让更擅长的人做更擅长的事情。
文老师只是谦虚而已。
这个我觉得我做这个 panel 的比较合适，因为我是媒体人，今天又有另外一位媒体人跟我一起分享 ，Ray Low 是01，我们天天都追看他的新闻的。最近那个火灾，他一天可以发几百篇，让你爱不释手在看他的平台，今天也很难得了，我们请的李仁君，科大讯飞的副总裁，给我们有关于 AI 技术的提供方，怎么应用在教育、医疗等专业领域的那个经验。Carrie 呢，他本身是亚洲人工智能学会的董事顾问，他也成了一个 Wow Impact Group 的是创办人，他是代表 AI 教育、企业转型及创作者经济的推动者，也是专注于 AI 时代人的价值与开发那个潜能。我呢是一个老的媒体人，我在这一行已经35年了，所以 AI 对我来讲呢是一个威胁，做一个媒体人有了 AI，像昨天孙院长也提到了做读新闻的还有没有前途，因为 AI 都帮你写新闻了，你还有需要找记者来写吗？我还记得我刚出道的时候还是80年代末90年代初，那个时候拿一支笔，一个 notepad，拿一个录音机，配一个照相机，你就可以跑遍全世界去做采访。那个时候还没有什么电脑，互联网查资料什么都没有，就靠你自己，你读了多少书，认识多少人，你就有本事去做各种各样的人的专访。我还有一次我还记得呢，我去采访香港大学校长王庚武教授，我还带了录音机，又做笔录跟他对谈，一边谈一边笔录。那个时候记者还需要写的，你不写的话没有这种感觉。后来发觉原来录音机没有录，糟糕了，谈了2个钟头没有录下来。后来看笔记，原来我是非常仔细的记录整个对话，所以后来呢就靠这个笔记呢，我就把这个任务完成。过2天在《信报》的一个版面的头条，把王庚武校长的3000字的专访全部写出来。如果那一天我靠这个录音机，我就什么事都不能做了，交了白卷了。所以我是那个时代80、90年代做传媒的，就靠你自己的本事不能太依靠机械。但现在今天不一样了，你有了 AI， 你怎么去做新闻是一个非常大的挑战。我今天呢就不多谈新闻我就先请李总他为我们做一个presentation， 一个专题报道就关于 AI 向善、技术赋能教育、医疗与办公的新的生态。好，请李总先给我们做个presentation。好，谢谢。
好的，那个。OK， 今天非常有高兴有机会在这个场合给大家分享一下，代表科大讯飞在今天给大家分享一下我们作为人工智能的技术提供商在这一领域的探索以及一些行业的应用，好吧，简单说。那么首先我们先看一下一个这个视频哈。
Hello everyone, it's good to see you again. Los avatares digitales basados son sumamente capaces de imitar comportamientos y emociones humanas.
床前明月光，疑是地上霜。海上生明月， 天爱公其喜，三世拱命趁玉突，拔前离路俊鹤学。
好 ，OK，大家看到这个视频呢，实际上是在今年的科技春晚上的一个用 AI 技术合成的一段视频。它实际上是用了我们央视主持人的这个形象，然后呢，已经实现了多情感、多模态的拟合技术，用普通话、英语及其他国家的语言以及我们内地的方言做了成功的拟合。那么也就是说，在这个实际的应用场景中，人工智能的技术已经可以根据实际的业务的需要进行很调试的去为各个业务做服务。我想今天放第一个视频呢，就是这么一个介绍。那么在这里也简单给大家介绍一下科大讯飞。也许有人听过，也许有人没有听过。那么科大讯飞呢，实际上99年是由中国科技大学的王仁华教授和他的学生刘庆峰董事长在校创立的企业。那么99年到现在已经有20多年的时间，一直这家企业坚持核心源头技术的创新，从最初的语音技术、语音合成、语音翻译，对吧？到语音合成、语音翻译以及语音识别等等技术，到今天的大模型出现情况下的整个人工智能赛道的全业务的发展，应该说20几年一直在坚持在这个领域。那么在这2年呢，这个讯飞在24年的时候呢，也把我们在国际的业务和设立在香港，设立了国际香港业务以及这个我们的医疗业务的总部都在香港，并在香港实现了上市，去年年底的一个上市的一个业务。那也就是它目前为止是中国及内地唯一一个 AI 加医疗的科技公司的在港股上市的一家公司。那么也源于这个讯飞长期在人工智能技术的底层的研究和突破。2024年，我们获得了国家科学技术进步1等奖。那么这个奖呢，应该说是近10年来在人工智能领域唯一获得的国家技术进步奖。那么它主要是围绕着我们科大讯飞的叫多语言、智慧语言的关键技术及产业化技术的一个成果的一个突破。也就是说，这么多年在坚持，最终获得了这个整个的一个突破，代表了讯飞在这个技术领域的。那么22年开始以后呢，随着大模型技术的发展呢，实际上讯飞在这个领域做了很多的突破。那么大家可能会觉得讯飞在大模型技术领域到底有别于GDP 对吧？还有这个千问等等企业有什么不同？其实讯飞最大的不同就是它依托于我们国家的智慧认知领域的全国重点实验室，我们走了一条全国产化的软硬一体化的国产化的路线。我们现在所有的软硬件全站自主可控，我们的算力设备全用的是华为的设备，基于华为的设备。那么在这个基础上，大家都知道我们的算力其实国内的算力跟国际的算力，包括英伟达之间的差距是非常大的。但是在讯飞和华为的共同努力下，我们实现了华为算力的这种效能的大幅提升，现在已经可以达到英伟达 H800的90%左右，应该说走出了一条自己的路。所以今天讯飞发布的 X1.5 的模型的参数比原来越来越小，而且综合的性能也逐步的去对标国际的主流的一些公司。那么这里呢，我们列了一些这个关键的任务及一些里程碑的一些意义，好吧？所以刚才我讲了，在中国的主流大模型当中，我们为什么说讯飞是唯一的基于国产训练的这种通用大模型？它的主要核心，一个是它当前在国内我们内地的大模型的 APP 下载量是在居前10。第二个，在行业的应用，尤其是在企业的应用当中，我们的市场份额现在是排在前10的。那我们看一下我们整个去年的和前年的一个整体的应用情况。目前基于讯飞底座模型开展的央国企的应用，目前因为中国内地现在在加大国有企业在应用场景和模型结合的应用，应该说很多的一级的中国的国有企业都接到相应的任务，在探索。那么在这个领域，讯飞我们在2024年以及到今年的 2025年3季度，我们目前整体的应用的体量和数量都排在第1名。那么也就是说，基于当前的这种全站式国产的自主一体化的一些系统，已经目前的被国内逐步的在接受，而且在一些我们叫国产化的趋势下，应该获得更多的这个应用场景和范围，好吧？那么刚才讲了很多讯飞在基础的核心技术领域坚持如一的20几年的这个不断的突破，但同时讯飞也加强在 AI 技术跟行业的应用。应该说这么多年，大家知道，随着大模型的发展，你们会发现，未来模型会是一种工具，而不是延续的大家所有的都是基于这模型的底层能力的突破和进步，更多的大家把模型作为一种工具来开展基于行业的智能体的开发，用模型的底层能力去解决行业的问题，是未来无论是技术还是行业发展的一个最重要的一个趋势。所以讯飞也聚焦一方面在平台的技术的攻关的基础上，同时加强了在各行业的应用，包括我们在办公、教育和医疗以及金融城市等等领域，我们都推出了行业的智能解决方案。那么简单给大家看一下几个例子哈。第一个，比如说我们跟香港立法会从19年7月份开始到现在，我们对香港立法会的整体的这种会议和办公效率的提升得到了香港立法会的特别的认可。从最初的这种会议的转录，到后面的会议纪要以及它的这个整个的实时的文字处理等等方面，应该说这里有一些数据哈，这个数据呢也体现了我们这方面应用的效果。那么发言稿原来的这种转写有8到12分钟，现在变到3到4分钟，而且包括英语、粤语和普通话。那么3个小时的发言稿原来有30分钟的这种会议记录和纪要的整理，现在变成了2分钟以内，这是实打实的给带来的应用效果。那么同时呢，我们现在推广它的第一个，除了转写和翻译以外，更多的是面向群众直播的 AI 字幕的生成，以及基于大模型的整个全站式的个人 AI 助手的推广。应该说整体上得到了香港立法会整体的认可，这是刚才讲的。第二个呢，就是说我想讲一讲，就是我们在教育方面的应用。大家知道 AI 技术其实在教育的应用，很多人有很多的担心，他们担心这个技术的使用会不会抹灭了或者是代替了孩子的这种创造性的这种思考，对吧？实际上我们想回归到更高的高度来讲，教育领域的应用，其实我们很想的一个最终的初衷，就是通过 AI 让孩子可以节省更多的时间，让原有的短时间可以提高更高的学习效率，让孩子有更多的时间投入到除学科学习以外的其他的全面发展的领域，比如说到操场上进行更多的锻炼，比如说去感受大自然，感受其他科技的力量，对吧？这个是我们整体的一个初衷和方向。那么应该说，坚持讯飞从2004年开始把教育和 AI 结合以来，我们积累了很多的这个应用的场景和方案，比如说基于课堂的学习，比如说基于老师的学习、老师的教学，以及孩子的自主学习，以及孩子基于学前的精准教学和定位，包括对于孩子最近发展区的识别，以及未来的学习路径的设计，应该说对于当前经过中国1亿多师生的检验，应该说提高了很多的一个效率，对吧？那么最近我们基于大模型技术提出的这个批阅机技术，也就是说老师的作业的批改可以完全基于 AI 大模型来进行，让老师有更多的时间去用于跟孩子之间的交流和对话，以及心灵的成长辅导等等方面。应该说，在我们现在全国也有5000多所学校开展了应用，好吧？当然，我们今天在香港也做了很多的应用哈，比如说我们这个现在的普通话和粤语以及英语的学习的转换引擎，现在我们已经在一些学校进行了试点。那么从今年3月份开始呢，已经有40多所学校开展我们的一些应用。应该说，在香港的整体的语言学习上，我们提供了一定的技术支撑，对吧？那么同时呢，就是大家都知道，现在基于教学场景的设计的，就是 AI 黑板成为一个教学的必需品。那么讯飞基于我们的软硬一体化的技术，我们在知识的传递、思维的启迪、能力培养等方面呢，打造了我们一个 AI 黑板的这一个整体的一个 载体，希望在课堂教学上能够提高老师和学生的交互的频次。所以我们今天推出的这个 AI 教学黑板，同样是基于讯飞大模型来适应香港的这个环境和教学场景。那么这一块呢，这个黑板呢可以让更智慧、更高效、更有趣，同时也能够对于我们香港地区的实际的教学呢，能够提高更高的效率，对吧？这个现在在内地已经做了很多应用，这是一个。第二个呢，就是我们在香港也将继续持续的服务于中小学的深入的通用的人工智能技能的要求，因为今天的这个时代，实际上对于孩子的通识教育也成为一个必要和基础，所以从更早的时段，让 AI 的教育、AI 的这个技术在生活中的应用，让孩子们更早的去感知，让孩子们更早的去学习、了解背后的原理，以及未来更深入的学习 AI 技术的发展，对于我们每一个人来讲是一个非常重要的素养。因此，讯飞作为一家人工智能的技术提供企业，我们也长期的把孩子的这种 AI 的通识教育作为一个最重要的方向，在向全社会推广。那么医疗方面，大家可能不知道，在中国的内地，中国的乡村医生或者是不具备职业资格的医生，大概就是不具备全科职业资格的医生，大概有1000多万。也就是说，中国基层诊疗机构的医生跟实际的缺口是非常大的。那么长期以来会造成我们老百姓看病对于基层医疗机构的信任度的下降，即使一个感冒也要去3甲医院去看，会造成了很多的这种医疗的这种纠纷和以及这个分级诊疗机制的落实不畅。那么中国据统计，这个基层的诊疗的这种医生的误诊率还是非常高的，尤其在合理用药方面也存在巨大的差距。因此，基于 AI 大模型的应用以及我们人工智能技术的发展，包括对医疗学科的理解，我们打造了2款产品。第一个就是智医助理，也就是 AI 的辅助诊疗系统，它是帮助我们的医生能够提供更精准的诊疗结果，以及在合理用药上给出更多的建议。第二个，我们打造的是属于每一个公民专属的健康助手，让我们在医学的基本的知识以及围绕着全生命周期的一体化的健康服务，提供一些个性化的助理的治理，包括你的预防、诊疗、康复、保健以及这个病后管理，对吧？管理等等方面，来提供了更多的这种个人的助理的手段，帮更多的人管理自己的健康。那么目前呢，我们推出的这个讯飞小医的 APP， 现在已经就是覆盖常见的疾病1600所，那么推出的覆盖的症状有2000多所，覆盖的检查项有6000多所。那么当然它的下载量也是很高的哈。这个最大的问题就是帮助患者能够看病前、用药时、检查后的疑难解答，提供了更多的助力，让更多的人了解自己的身体，更好的与自己的身体进行和谐的相处。大家都知道一个道理，就是大家都知道这个抽烟身体是有害的，但是从身体健康的管理角度，大家每个人都能戒烟，但是并不是每个人都能够把烟戒掉。这本身对于一个人的自我来讲，它就出现了这种相互冲突的承诺。那么实际上通过这样的助理的管理以外呢，其实上更多的是在处理这种自我的相互冲突上迈出更近视的一步，对自己的健康更的坚实。好吧，这是我们讲的这个 AI 的助手。那么本身呢，我们现在的这个讯飞的星火医疗大模型呢，这2年呢也在持续的发展，目前已经取得规模化的应用成效。几个方面，第一个刚才讲的智医助理，目前在全中国已经有600多个区县设计8.6亿人的诊断期数，而且已经通过应用大量的数据诊断，有8100万的不合理的处方得到了纠正。这个对于老百姓的健康来说还是非常有帮助的。第二个，在智慧医院的方面，就是通过医院的这种患者服务以及院后随访能力的提升，我们在600家等级的医院的5000多次的这种 AI 患者服务上得到了验证，6亿次的疾病随访。当然，讯飞小医刚才讲的这个助手，我们目前已经有1.1亿的这种整体的咨询， 应该整体说对大家的帮助还是非常大的。当然，办公方面，那么这个大模型技术进来以后呢，应该说在文字的处理方面，机器第一次超过了人类。目前我们打造的一系列的产品都围绕一个字，让办公更高效化，对吧？所以包括我们的办公本、我们的录音笔、我们的翻译机、我们的会议耳机，它都是能够在会议记录、会议纪要整理，对吧？沟通翻译，对吧？这个会议的这种多语言的同时交流沟通上，提供了便捷的手段。目前来说，这个项已经在我们的双11在京东和天猫，我们的6个品类的销售上也取得了很多关键。目前我们在香港的版本已经也开始出售，12月底将在泽和和这个几个店也开始进行发售，也给大家预告一下。好的，那么简单给大家做了介绍。总之，讯飞今天相信一点，随着技术的不断的进步，我们相信，随着技术的进步，技术一定为未来的人类所服务。人类掌握的技术越高，未来对生产力的解放程度就越深。然后，用我们自己人类释放出来的想象力，更通过手中的这种科技，促进人类社会更和谐、幸福的发展。谢谢。
好，谢谢李总。请坐。Carrie 呢，就对这个 panel 这个设定花了很多心思，所以大家看到这个环节呢，叫主动式 AI 创新如何赋能创意协作与人文叙事。刚才科大讯飞李总介绍了这个公司的 AI 那个能量有多大，那个名字起得很好。科大讯飞我十几20年前已经在内地都听过了，因为香港有个科大，很多人都以为是科大办的，所以就占了这个很好的那个名牌的效应。科大最近也开了医学院，你们也有医学，所以这种品牌效应非常突出。刚才谈到很多 AI 那种对促进教育医疗翻译各种好处。Carrie 呢就提出一个很有趣的建议那个 AI 什么都能做了，做得这么好，有点像把整个时间压缩了，压缩出来这个时间你可以怎么用？但是对媒体人来讲，一方面你压缩了时间，可以方便你写作，但另一方面呢，会不会把你个人的一些想法、你的人文的情怀你的个人的观点，也会压缩掉看不出你个人那种特色好像全部都是 AI 写出来的稿，没什么感觉没什么深度像我们以前写个人物专访，你要看他很多材料，谈的时候谈得很深入，有交流，你写出来的东西才有温度现在 AI 这么厉害了就做媒体还能做什么？我想问01的 Ray 你在做那个01的时候，每天发那么多稿你是一个倡议型的媒体那个也是拥抱那个 AI 带来这个效率，因为01每天发那么多稿，你没有 AI 是很难想象怎么做的你觉得在记者来做深度调查报道的时候，还能不能保留那个记者的人文那种精神这个人文叙事的底线能不能保存会不会给 AI 都取代了？找个记者跟找个 AI 分别不大。看看01的分享Ray。
感谢。首先感谢那个主办单位的邀请呢。我先说一下呢，就是其实01不是一个 AI 的专家，但是我们是用很多 AI， 的确是没错的。然后在我开始回应之前，我想先跟现场的所有的观众打个招呼。大家吃了饭没有？刚才
吃过了。
吃过了。大家是不是全都在用 AI 了？或者是在想，有没有人是在想怎么去用 AI 的？那就是说大部分的人在用 AI 了。那刚才我做了这样子的一个开场，为什么我会做这样子的一个开场？最主要是现在我觉得是做媒体其中一个责任，是要跟大众去互动。如果我只是单纯是把东西写出来的话，没有互动， 是没有意义的。然后香港的其实是一个网络的媒体，网络得有一个特性是要争取互动。如果只是单纯是把一些东西冷冰冰的写出来的话，我觉得是没有意义。跟传统的媒体啊，或者是报纸啊，如果我们做的东西全都是跟传统的媒体也是一样的话，我觉得是没有意义。刚才文老师那边有说过，就是我们现在是做媒体的，是不是会给 AI 去取代？反过来，我是有另外一个想法是，现在这个年代更需要有媒体。为什么这样子呢？现在因为是有 AI， 在市区啊，或者是在网络，很多不同的信息，谁可以告诉他哪些信息是真还是假的？坦白说，刚才我上一个星期有一个很大的社会事件，然后呢，中间有很多的信息出现，有哪些是真，有哪些是假，你们知道吗？我们其实中间我们做调研的时候，我们做调查的时候，我们每一天也收到几百或者是几千个。有些人去打电话进来说怎么样，然后有些人说看到其他网络有写这个新闻，你们可以查一下。然后我们从那些内容的这选择方面呢，或者是哪些要跟进，哪些不要跟进的话，我们反过来是花了更多的时间去做，因为有 AI 太多不同的信息出现了，所以反过来是 AI 对我们来说是一个很好的工具，但是反过来也是。弄到我们是有点麻烦的工具，因为它生成了太多不同的东西了，所以这个是第一个点。然后说到我们公司内部的话呢，怎么去看 AI？ 其实 AI 我们刚才一开始开场的时候也说过，我们公司是非常拥抱去用 AI 的，但是我们自己有几句话了，我可以说一下给大家去听。第一，不要因为要用 AI。而用 AI， 因为每一个人也觉得 AI 很厉害，我觉得不用的话不行。但是如果你因为要用，所以去用是不 OK 的。AI 是一个工具来的，不是你最终的目的。AI 是一个工具，帮你去达到最终的目的，对吧？所以如果你是因为要用 AI， 所以去用 AI， 我觉得是不 OK 的。还有第二句话，就是我公司内部去说的是。AI 是一个工具，但是它没有灵魂，有灵魂的是你自己。你写的东西有你自己的角度是最重要的，灵魂是没有 AI 不能够复制的。也许科技非常厉害，现在科技非常厉害，可能有一天它可能什么东西也做不到，但是做得到，但是灵魂它肯定是永远也是没有。然后呢，我们内部呢，香港你哪管是用那么多 AI。我们发出来的每一条的文章，其实我们中间自己有一个内部的guideline，是每一个文章最少也需要有30%是有人去修改过的，因为这个我觉得是没有人肯定 AI 说的东西是一定对。我不知道大家有没有试过用 AI 去跟他去提问一些问题的时候，他把一些没有道理，或者是一些错的资讯也问进去。如果我们做媒体的人全都是依赖100%去依赖 AI 的话，我觉得是有一个问题出现的。所以会如果这样子的话，那跟坊间的所有的生成式的内容有什么区别了？所以反过来是我们做媒体的话，更多去反过来，现在是变成是更多的工作量。我多举一个案例。可能是有点长，那我多举一个案例，我们其中一个用 AI 的点，比如说我们现在也在很努力去发展 YouTube 了，我不知道现场有没有人去看过我们的 YouTube 了，感谢。然后呢，其中有一些视频呢，我们的确是用 AI 的语音去帮我们去录制的。然后呢，因为其实我们一天也推出很多个视频。然后如果我们每一个事情也用自己的人去人工去做录音是不太可行，但是我们发现 AI 它只是一个工具，它也有它们的限制。比如说我们现在在对话的时候，有一些反问的句子，比如说我反问你今天吃了饭没有等等，在 AI 里面 他不能够去理解我打算去讲这句话的意义，我可能是反对你去，所以反问一个反问的句，AI 它解读不到，它只是能够冷冰冰的说你今天吃了饭没有，等等。所以呢，如果所有东西也是用 AI 的话呢，那我觉得是有一定的问题。所以我今天可能是，我记得今天的主题是 AI 嘛，我突然之间有一点点去，好像是不是100%拥抱的 AI 的角度，但是我个人来说是 AI 一定要拥抱，但是不能够100%去拥抱它。
好，谢谢 Ray， 刚才提的很重要，诚信这个 media 可不可信我以前打工那个报纸叫《信报》，这个老板真的厉害73年就成立，用诚信那个信字做报纸的名字，大家就相信了，都愿意掏钱去买了，所以一做到现在都50年了这个品牌很重要 ，trustworthy 那个 media 那么多媒体自媒体那么多，为什么要相信你？所以刚才 Ray 提到一个很重要，另外有温度记者写东西需要温度，以前我们写稿还需要一个编辑给你改还要给总编辑最后批你才能出来的。现在太容易了，想出就出了，但是这个把关有没有做好也是很重要。好，谢谢 Ray， 我们让 Carrie 也分享一下他的 Wow Impact， 其中一个业务就是专注于企业的 AI 转型要讲好企业的故事与创作者经济的这种如果这个 AI 对这个做成这个企业一种担忧是不是这种在创作者社群中是比较普遍呢？你能不能分享一下你服务过的一些企业对 AI 的一种恐惧会不会影响他们一个发展？
谢谢文老师。能听见啊？
嗯。
其实怎么说呢？我其实非常同意 Ray 刚才的说法的，就是说，其实，在应用任何一个新的科技，不一定是 AI 了。坦白说，就是我们在整个所谓转型的过程里头，不能取代的是人。人是有情绪的，那个情绪是接受、是恐惧、是相信，都会影响到用任何的一个刻字的效果。那为什么我们有线的刻字要出来呢？所以线的刻字就给我们肯定是一个好的方向去走。那有好的方向，自然我们就可以聚人凝聚一个未来的愿景，一个方向。过程里头肯定有一定的难度，就是由人跟机或者是方案来一同克服，才是一个好的方案，才是可以真正象限。刚才 Ray 提到，就是他们要做这么大量的那种审核，那个审核又其实如果反过来问我不知道有没有这个情况，就是有 technology 来才可以，就是可以审得更快，是吧？所以你怎么看？你不可能比如说你娶过老婆你不可以只看她的美貌不要她的那个脾气，不行的，对不对？所以其实科技也一样我觉得那个有没有温度这件事呢，就是我们共同来怎么样把它用好，就是在过程里头把它慢慢的去无全清的做好。那这个就是我们跟企业去谈的时候，他们每一个企业都有不同的阶段每一个个人、每一个单位都可能有一定的限制。那我们怎么样去聆听、去理解那个需求，然后匹配不同的那个客制的方案来赋能他们的那个growth acceleration， 就是成长加速。那什么是成长加速呢？如果这个行业是要做好自治，比如说像刚才 Anthony 分享的，他的那个痛点是给到 conference 里头找对的人，帮助所有的那个司端有信心去在一个会议上面更有效率的去打开那个生意的门，是吧？那他下一步的那个挑战是什么呢？就是说怎么样？刚才3000个从45000个人里头抓出来，不够1成其实是吧？如果要把那个问题再往下推的时候，下一层可否是20%、30%？因为我们做科技的转型，就是不是一步 跳到尾的，肯定不可能。运动员也是很多的训练才可以出来。今天林院长帮我们做开场的那个 keynote 的时候，为什么跟我们说 AI 不同的那个模型 data 为什么重要，然后才到那个 application， 就是有一个过程了。所以我们跟企业也好，或者是我们说creator economy， 就是现在不一定所有人都看媒体啦，其实很多人都走向那个 KOL。我只有些时候我的新闻不一定直接从媒体那边来那当然你可以说，那不一定每一个 KOL 也对呀。那怎么去自己有一个选择去想就是哪一个不同的那个角度去涉猎有一些故事根本就是 AI 的网红做出来的。那我不是因为它是 AI 做出来不相信它，因为它背后像 Ray 刚才讲，它有灵魂啊，就是它背后的那个 KOL 有用心思把那个内容做好，我都会选。所以我觉得我们跟企业家也好，跟个人也好，在一起跟媒体也好还有那个做内容创作的那个持份者也好，就是我们怎么样去通过人跟那个机的互动来交往，把那个温度跟信任打造出来。谢谢文老师。
好，谢谢。我也想补充一点，就是那个新闻也牵涉到一个 legal 法律的问题。一篇文章出来会不会有法律的责任会不会讲错了，甚至有诽谤都需要把关的。所以你如果光靠 AI 去给你把关够不够会不会有危险，这个都需要考虑。刚才我一个同事发一篇文章给我，说这篇文章可能有 libel， 有可能是这个被告的可能，所以要很小心，看清楚这篇文章关于那个大火的不要乱讲，乱讲可能被人告，被人家抓的所以这个也是要很小心。刚才我看到就有3分钟，我想一个请求，因为这个讨论时间不是太够能不能多给我们几分钟让大家都可以畅所欲言，好不好？因为这是最后两场了都耽误大家多几分钟，好不好？好，我就想再问问李总刚才看了你那个讯飞各个领域都做得这么好，刚才我们也提出了一些忧虑因为你太厉害了，这个 AI 让这个记者要写文章都好像难有发挥之地从你的角度，能不能从那个设计这个算法，会减少那种忧虑，让那个 AI 还可以保护、放大创作者那种人文那种特质让他们能利用 AI 能充分发挥，而不是完全取代了一个创作者的那种精神情怀或者他的发挥，好吧？请李总
好，今天为止就是应该说 AI 的应用，从原来的大家的熟悉和认知，到今天的全面应用，所以今天大家对于 AI 的在实际工作中的应用，应该都是非常认可的。于是人们就开始担心，继续这么应用下去，会对我们造成什么样的冲击和威胁？这也是我想大家应该比较习惯的一个思路，尤其是很多人提出来，这一次的 AI 的革命可能会相对于几十年前的第2次工业革命一样，对社会改变的这种意义和价值，对吧？所以大家都在讨论这个问题。但是我想从2个方面来说一下这个观点，我们的意见哈。第一个就是从本身技术的发展来说，大家知道今天的技术发展的整个的 AI 的发展，还是基于比较大家熟悉的叫 transformer 的这个模型来进行整体的一个演进，对吧？那么大家会发现问题是什么？实际上这个今天的这个路径对于数据的依赖是非常大的。数据是什么？数据是对于过去事实的陈述，对吧？所以我们说今天中美在 AI 领域的竞争，很多时候我们的数据的质量跟美国有巨大的差异，对吧？也是影响了我们在很多方面的一个发挥。所以从这个角度来讲，应该说也会发现，就是大家在很多领域你会发现很多的这个 AI 的生成式，所谓的生成式的结果， 是我们叫一本正经的胡说八道，对吧？就是因为他缺乏对方面的知识的数据的来源，是不是？所以从这个角度来讲，本身这项技术的发展还在过程中，还不成熟。未来有什么样的技术发展我们不清楚，但是我想一定会越来越成熟，越来越更走进我们的生活。但是从这个过程我们得到的一个结论是什么？就是本身技术的发展是前进的，而且是带有这个可期望的和两面性的。所以一门技术的应用最终是掌握在今天的人类的手里面，就像当年的这个诺贝尔发明这个炸药一样，是不是？他也没想到未来是应用在战争上，对吧？所以这个技术的发展，我想就是刚才各位也提到了，我们也有个观点，就是说未来真正与得这个社会共同进步的，实际上是掌握这项技术以及合适利用这项技术的人类和员工，而不是说这个技术的边界的发展最后得到人类的冲击，因为它一定是在人类的框架下。如果用这个彼得圣吉的观点说，我们人类是这个世界的系统的设计者，对吧？如何在这个边界和设计当中保持这项技术的应用？用中国老子的观点叫道法术器。目前来讲，人类应该还是站在这个道的层面，遵守自然的规律，对吧？是根本。所以 AI 的技术最多也就是个术和器的层面，对吧？它永远逃不出这个道的范围，对吧？当然，我们也要认识到这项技术对本身这个社会变革带来的冲击，比如说一些岗位消失，比如说一些新的岗位诞生，对吧？这件事情其实上也是引起人们恐慌和焦虑的根源，对吧？比如说我们现在随着这种技术对文字处理工作的进步，已经对一些比如说同声传译和这种文字工作者造成了很大的冲击。也许可能未来多少年这项工作这类岗位就会消失，所以有人就借着这样的现象的出现来放大 AI 对人类的冲击。但是大家想过没有 ，AI 加各行业它未来是带来整个行业的升级迭代，那也就是说原有的行业的商业模式和逻辑可能基于更高的技术有重新的构造，那么也会产生新的岗位和新的应用和新的需求。所以从这个角度来讲，应该说只要我们人类在掌握着这个技术的应用的同时，我们跟得上技术的发展，以及以技术的发展来重新思考对这个行业或者对这个社会的理解，我们未来一定是能够站在这个潮头的，把握这项技术的应用，也不至于引起这么多的这个恐慌，更多的还是如何用、怎么用、用在什么场合。好，谢谢大家。
好，谢谢李总。好，最后我再问一个问题啊。我那个公司叫卓见名家，英文叫 Master Insights Media， 很强调那个专家的深度观点。一个专家要几十年才能积累他的一些insight， 他的观点。另外呢，要好的编辑去把关判断。我想问一个问题，就在 AI 时代啊，其实人类最重要的角色不是内容的生产者，而是品味的策展者。curator， 这个好像那个画展做 curator 那个人很重要，那个展览这个定位怎么取材，怎么展示比你这个内容更重要。大家去看故宫博物馆，看 M+ 博物馆，觉得好看，就是它的功力就在 curator 那个赋予者身上。好，当现在 AI 能完成我们80% 的这个任务了，那剩下20%。给我们人类去发挥我想问问3位这个在那个 AI 协作这个策展人的角色的未来应该怎么扮演，好不好？请 Ray 跟我们分享一下。
谢谢文老师。那个其实我100%同意你刚才讲的部分的。然后我不如我举一个例子吧。然后的确是 AI 现在是帮到我们做了很多事情。刚才你说的深度的那些题目了，比如说我们哪边做的比较多的是分析一些公司的财务状况，因为我们中间我们其实有一个栏目叫灵异财经。 财经方面我们要看很多不同的数据。我们现在怎么去做呢？我们现在是之前呢，我们要分析一些公司它不同的财务报告的话，我们要翻很多年的数据，然后去比对他们的。有什么增长啊，有什么减少啊等等啊，或者是它的管理层的变动啊等等，我们以前是要花很多时间，有些时候要花多过一个人同事的时间去做这个事情。还有就是之前的人呢，有些同事会离职了，然后我需要一些人去填这个空间，然后才会做到这个事情。但是现在有了 AI 呢，我发现这个部分方便了好多。容易了好多。当然呢，有个问题就是哪些公司有没有把它的所有的东西放在网络上呢？如果他没有放在网络上，我也得花一些时间去处理。但是我最近做了一个题目，是有一家上市的公司，我不开那个名字，然后呢，它的销售呢跌了好多。然后我曾经试过用 AI 去问，你觉得它出现了什么问题？然后那个 AI 它只是用一些冷冰冰的数据告诉我，它什么收入跌了，然后成本增加了，它只是说，因为那个收入跌，所以它有问题，它没有分析，它没有那个能力去分析到为什么那个收入去跌，或者是那个成本增加。然后当然呢，最后我把坊间的很多不同的状况加进那个 AI， 比如说有好多人去北上去消费啊等等的部分，他加进去，你教育那个 AI， 他懂了，他说哦，可能是因为有些人北上去消费，所以他收入跌，但是他也是根据我给他什么，然后他去评论什么，但是坊间最后那个结论，为什么那个公司是那个收入跌了好多，是因为他们那个管理层用了一个，如果大家知道哪一家公司也不说，他是因为那个管理层用了一个不是那个行业的人去管理那个业务，那一个人他不太懂怎么去管理那些成本，应该怎么去提升那个收入，但是这个 insight 了，是 AI 它不能够给的。AI 它只能够根据一些冷冰冰的数据去推测，你训练它的时候，你给它什么东西，它便说什么东西。有一个点我想说，重点去说一下，有些人呢，之前我做过一个演讲，有些人去提问，是不是有了 AI 之后呢，会影响很多人的工作？我的取态是对的，真的会影响一些人的工作，但是前提是如果你真的是看不太想用 AI， 不拥抱 AI， 的确是有可能是给淘汰。但是你拥抱 AI 的话，会更好。然后呢，为什么我突然间说这个部分呢？最主要是想说 ，AI 的确是一个很好的工具，能够帮我们做到很多东西。我们香港你用了 AI 之后，反过来是帮助我们做了很多不能够做的事情。刚才我说文章不能够取代，但是之前我们没有做过的一个事情，比如说最近社会有一个很大的事件，我们以前如果要做一个怎么去讲呢？纪念版啊，懒人包啊，有没有讲错普通话？懒人包，我们之前呢是做这样子的一个懒人包，我们要夸很多人，因为我们香港你一天有超过100篇文章。如果我在所有的文章里面抽一个重点出来，我可能要找不同的季节，因为100多个文章不可能是一个季节去写嘛。我们之前是很多季节去合力去做一个懒人包，但是现在呢，我有了 AI 之后，我的确是很简单可以帮我去做这个事情。所以我想说是，AI 是真的帮我们做到一些之前我们做不到的事情，但是那个 insight 方面呢，始终要人，哪管是 AI 它最后可能是给你一个结果，它可能给你一些方向，但是那个方向也是建基于我们怎么去训练它，所以最后也是有人的部分在里面。
好，谢谢 Kerry， 看看你怎么帮这个客户做 curator。
谢谢文老师。刚才其实文老师提到，就是一个专家的那个经验是几十年的积累才可以出产一些 quality 的 insights 嘛，就是他的那个洞见啊。然后 Ray 总呢，他也帮我们说，就是如果他给到足够的那个数量的数据跟材料，方方面面的，他可以有进步，是吧？然后其实我们在 creator economy 跟 creator economy 里头呢，我举个例子，一个品牌，它要通过很多不同的网红，打它的那个流量跟那个转化，就是生意嘛，回来是怎么做呢？为什么我们说不会 AI 完整替代人呢？应该是互补呢。就是说，其实我们会通过 AI 系统看见哪一个地区的男女它背后的最主要能做得好的话题是哪一些，然后它可以转化的率在分布在东南西北，就是中国的不同的地区然后还可以知道就是它的那个转化率是多少，每一个月大概做到多少金额的那个生意，是吧？直播也是其中一个。那我们说做品牌的时候怎么做呢？就是说，品牌出了方案，给到产品，给到故事，大概就是一个 create 一个角度。可是呢，也交给另外一堆有能力的 creator， 他们用他们的方法，无论他是个人也好，他用爱情故事也好，可能用那个财经的投资故事也好，或者是跟家人的故事也好。怎么样把一个产品做出一个话题，然后可以转化？其实它可能中间用了很多工具，就是 AI 的工具都可能。所以我就说，其实 creator 就是灵魂在人，怎么用刻字赋能？就是像刚才李总说的，就是将来有能力的朋友可以站稳自己的工作的，就肯定是懂得用。知道怎么样 AI 赋能自己，来做得更好，好吗？谢谢。
李总也总结几句哈。
总结谈不上哈，就是确实呢，就是现在这个 AI 在各行各业的应用特别多。其实刚才两位都说的特别清楚，应该说，核心还是在如何在原有的技术，在专家知识的基础上，通过技术的手段实现我们更高的效率。这是当前的其实一个基本的路径，对吧？但是大家也要看到，其实在我们很多的复杂的领域 ，AI 目前还不能代替人类。比如我给大家举个例子这个最近刚去过中国三峡集团的那个三峡大坝的机组，那一个机组价值人民币15亿，那有大概50层楼高。关于它的运维和它的这个整体的技术，目前它的技术主要是掌握在那些技术工人手里，我们叫大国公器就是它的复杂度非常之高。那么他们很想去寻求把这些专家的知识通过 AI 去转化，去实现精准的运维，提高它的这种，因为它有一个很现实的问题是，它这个大坝一旦进行检修，就半年这个机器不能发电。那么对于它来讲，每一天都是钱，水的发电就是钱，所以他想如何减少这个检修带来时间的占用，对吧？所以他给我们提出了一个问题：如何用 AI 的技术，跟我这些老专家，他一台机器的老专家的大概有100来号人，是不同领域的，有水电的，有机电的，对吧？那么很多时候，他们基于这个机组的这种声音，就可以精准的定位这个故障在什么地方。这个故障要不要进行换零件，还是进行维修？那么目前我们探讨的结果，这项技术暂时来说 AI 是完全替代不了的。所以这个也正从另外一个侧面反映了，虽然技术在进步，但是很多的复杂的这个叫系统的大的一些工程的专业的技术和专家能力，还目前不能被 AI 替代。这个是我亲经历的一个故事，当然未来有一天可能会可以，但我想这个时间还会很长，所以我想通过这个案例来表达一点，就是其实这个时间的并行未来一定会很长。好，谢谢。
好，谢谢3位专家的分享大家放心了 ，AI 还暂时代替不了大家好不好？我们继续下一场的演讲，谢谢3位好。
非常感恩，先拍一张照片。Okay, thank you very much for our panelists and also our host for this very interesting session. So as we near the end of our forum, we now turn to the last topic, which actually brings us back to technology of goodness, technology for goodness into focus. How technology can uplift those who are most left behind. For our next keynote speaker, we welcome Dr. Albert Ko, founding director of the United Nations University Hub on Humanitarian Innovation and Technology, a global platform that brings together researchers, policymakers, and practitioners to develop human-centered technological solutions for humanitarian needs. Dr. Ko's work focuses on designing technology with humanity at its core, ensuring that innovation reaches those who need it most. Today, he will be speaking on humanistic technology for deprived communities and emerging countries. So Dr. Ho, please.
Thank you very much. Wait. Hi. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Albert, and I'm from Ningnan University, and I'm the director of, the name is very long, United Nations University Hub in Humanitarian Innovation and Technology. So I will try to explain what this hub, the focus of this hub, but the main part of this sharing is more on humanitarian technology. So first of all, just a little bit of my background. My training was in engineering through and through. So when I was doing my PhD, my work was in artificial intelligence and robotics. I was working on something called artificial immune system. What I was trying to do was to use mathematics to describe the immune system, and then use that to build models to control robots, to change, to control the behavior of robots. And then, but before I came back to university to start teaching in university, I also joined MSF, Doctors Without Borders, and I also work with Red Cross in a lot of disaster relief missions. My first mission was actually in year 2000 when I was sent to South Sudan, and I was working there for half a year on emergency relief, on construction, on anything that doesn't bleed and doesn't breathe. That is my responsibility. So that's including security and a lot of those things. And then after that, I was sent to Uzbekistan. And then so happened that in MSF, they do this. After they send you to a tough mission like Sudan, where the living condition is not so good, they will send you to a better mission after for you to rest a little bit. So Uzbekistan was considered as a good mission. But because of the September 11 thing happened, and then the whole Afghanistan, all the NGOs in Afghanistan were kicked out of the country, and so our mission in Uzbekistan became a emergency support mission, supporting the emergency water supply system in Afghanistan and along the border. So after that, I also joined the tsunami in Indonesia, Sichuan earthquake, Gansu earthquake, and so I had a few experience in a few earthquake missions. And that actually changed my career direction. Before that, engineers actually, if you put it into simple terms, simplify the work that engineers do, most of the time we are just optimizing. Whether we are optimizing the speed of a car, the speed we build a building, and then in turns that will generate more revenue. So all we do is actually every day we're just optimizing things. And so, but then I start to look, but the work that I do with MSF in developing countries gives me new understanding of the mission of engineers. Because of this mission, you can see this building, the building on the lower left is in Hong Kong, this is a very primitive building. No one wants to live in it. But this is the best building in Sudan, in the whole area. The reason it was expensive is that all the timbers, all the corrugated plate, they were shipped by plane. Because there was a war zone, so you cannot ship by convoys because you get attacked easily. And actually, every time you send a plane up, it's also very dangerous in a war zone because when you send it up, everyone knows where you're from. And when you land, everyone knows where you're going. And every time when a flight arrives, people know it brings resources. So the warring party will come to your place to try to get whatever resources you have on a plane. So it's something very dangerous in war zones. So that is why this building is a very, very expensive, and we took a lot of risk to build it. The reason is that because we was, by flight, we are 6 hours away from the closest hospital that can actually operate. Because at one time I actually saw a kid who held a grenade in his hand, and it exploded, but it didn't kill him. But all his fingers was hanging in the opposite direction. That kid, I think he was 10 or younger. He had to wait 6 days before we can actually send a plane for him to go to a hospital that can operate on his hand. So this building was actually a building for a inpatient building for kids, so they can have better ventilation, better material, cooler space to rest before we can send them to hospitals for operations. So because of all this work, I actually see a lot of the technology that we already have in our pockets can already change a lot of people's life. At least it's not going to change for the better forever, but at least help them to at least alleviate suffer immediately. So that is why I become very interested in humanitarian technology that can actually help people to improve their living in very short term. So the very basic principle of humanitarian technology is, first of all, it has to be mature. Mature means technology that are already very reliable. You can find it easily. It's not defined by high tech or low tech. For example, AI is very high tech. We've been talking about it the whole day. But at the same time, it's also very mature, because a lot of the AI technology, genetic algorithm, neural network, all those things, they are like 60 years old, older than me. And nowadays, you can actually put a lot of these models into a chip that costs only $20, $30. So these are actually very mature technology that we can implement into our design. And then the next thing is it has to be simple, it has to be innovative, and of course, it has to be affordable. So I'm going to stop the definition there. And instead, I'm going to give you a few examples of the kind of humanitarian technology that we talk about. This is one of the projects that we are very happy of. It's not a great product, but it's a project that I really like. Is the Deaf Association in Hong Kong. They came to us during COVID. During the worst time of COVID, they came to us and say, is there a way that we can design a transparent mask that are protective at the same time, meaning it has a filter? The reason is that a lot of the deaf people, they can actually, if they can read lips, they can actually communicate with us quite effectively. I was told 70% of them, they can hear a little bit. They are not totally deaf. So if they can, because they can hear a little bit and because they can read lips, they can go to school, they can see the doctors, they don't need translator or anything, they can just hear. And in fact, sometimes if you hear people with a strange accent and speak a little bit slower, maybe they are deaf actually. So they come to us and say, if we can design such a mask, students can actually go to school and they can understand the teacher, and the teacher can communicate with them as well. And because during the worst time of COVID, everyone, by law, we have to wear surgical mask, and the professional, like doctors, social workers, they cannot take off their surgical mask. So a lot of these students, a lot of these families, when they go to see doctors, social workers, go to school, because of the surgical mask, the world become silent to them. So we decide, okay, great. We asked the Deaf Association, how many members do you have in Hong Kong? And then they came up with a number roughly about 150,000. So it's not a big number, but it's a group of people who are actually in need. And then we look at the project. We decided to do it because we know 150,000 pieces. No sensible businessman would actually take up this project. And then we look at the product itself. We imagine what the product is going to be like. It's going to be plastic molding. It's going to be filters that are already available. It should be an easy project. And then we were dead wrong. So we start to work on it. and of course, we work with the users. So our students, oh, mind you, I'm from Ningnan University, is the top 10 liberal arts university in Asia, but it's also the smallest liberal arts university, the smallest public university in Hong Kong, and we don't have engineering school. So our students, we start to work with the users, university students, kids from Deaf Association. We start to work on different shape and prototypes, and then there were a lot of iteration before we finalized the shape. Oh, this one in the middle. You can see there are actually transparent masks that are available, but what they do is actually they use a common conventional surgical mask, make a hole in the middle, and then put a piece of plastic on it. So the problem is, it's actually a good solution for the time being, but it's not a very good solution because plastic, it actually reflects a lot. And every time, I mean, every one of us, we wear surgical mask, right? It moves up and down. Sometimes it goes to your nose, sometimes it goes to your chin. And that is what happens when you have the plastic window. Sometimes you can see the chin, sometimes you can see the nose, not always the lips. And also the reflection also affects you to see the lips clearly as well. So, and also another major problem is that if the window is too small, you cannot see the lips clearly. If the window is too big, you don't have a lot of filter around you. So it's not a perfect solution. So we start to work on different prototypes. Try it on kids, try it on adults, men and women, and then use, because it was during COVID, even shipping our design to China, to Taobao for prototyping was not possible. So we have to do it in our school, in a school with our engineering school. So I even volunteer my daughter, the one on the right, to try on the mask. She picked the pink one, and she totally misled me. I will tell you the story later. And then in the end, we were, but happily, the result was very good. In the end, we produced 13,000 pieces. Sorry, I wish. 13,000 pieces. And we distribute to all the sign language interpreters in Hong Kong, and also all the special education needs school and teachers, and also the members in the Deaf Society as well. So you can see during the Winter Olympic Game, RTHK, they use our mask throughout the programs. And then our Hong Kong, our CE's sign language interpreter, they also use it as well. To your surprise, sign language, you would thought is quite a comprehensive language, right? But actually, in sign language, when you try to make a statement or make a question, it's very hard to define in sign language. So facial expression is actually very important. And that is why we didn't know that until we start working on this project. And then our greatest surprise was that TVB, even the cooking program, they use our mask in the program. And then the lady in the middle, she's a psychiatrist. She told us when she's meeting with most of her clients, she will still use a surgical mask because in clinical environments, safety comes first. So use it, throw it away, that is the safest way. But she will use our mask when she's meeting with kids with special needs to lower their anxiety because they can see face. So that was, now this is the big mistake. This is the part that I was tricked by my daughter. I was asking her, which one looks better, the transparent one or the pink one? And then she said, the pink one, Dad. And then I produced pink one. And I also asked the audience in forum like this as well. Usually half of the audience would say, yeah, pink one looks good too. So we made it. And then in the end, it doesn't actually look that good when you put it on your face. Imagine this, put it on your face, you have two pink mustache on your face. So it doesn't look that good. We still have some left in our stock. So in the end, actually 15,000 pieces. And then the reason I love this product, I love this project, but even the product is not the greatest, is because it was very, very uplifting. I think it was probably the first project that really gave us the confidence to set up a center to work on humanitarian technology is that on Friday morning, we had a press conference about this mask. And then the whole afternoon, we were receiving phone calls from donors, foundations, nonstop. Sometimes people just a few thousand, sometimes bigger donors, but nonstop, whole Friday, whole Saturday, same. By Monday morning, we already have 1.5 million to produce the mold and to produce the first 15,000 pieces. So that was a really, it was a very heartwarming project. I will spare you the challenges that we had during the process. But in the end, we also managed to work with a retail distributor, and it was on sale until end of COVID. On shelf, we sell it for $450, quite expensive. But for any user from school or from NGOs, we sell it for $150. That is the production cost. And then we also apply for funding from Jockey Club. Jockey Club supported, I think they supported 2 organizations to purchase our masks for their use. So I think that is a very good example of humanitarian technology. It's mature because the production process is very simple. It's important because we know if we don't do it, not many people will choose to do it. It's not a very profitable project. So another example that we like is you can see from in the back as well, we have the air purifier and the baby incubator in the back that you can actually play with. In Hong Kong, we have this subdivided units. We live in small flats, but people who cannot afford the whole flat, the landlord will actually divide it. So we call it subdivided units. In Cantonese, it's tongfang. And so people live in very small space. And one of the major problems is air quality. Air quality you can improve by circulation, but most of these subdivided units, they don't have windows, or they have windows that they don't want to open because there are cockroach, other things outside. So the other way to improve air quality is by filtration. So we start to look into what can we do with filtration. Air purifier, one thing is you can pay $6,000 for a large Dyson air purifier, which is very effective. But the problem is, look at the living condition. There's no space in the middle of the room that they can put a Dyson in the middle. And also because the room is so clustered, it's actually more effective if you put smaller air purifier at different corners. So we start to look at this project. And then again, we engage the families, the kids, the parents in our design workshops to ask them, Uncle Albert knows how to build air purifier. However way you design it, whatever color, whatever shape, I know how to build it for you. So just build me the shape that you want. And then it turns out most of the kids, they build very small ones. We gave them a lot of materials, but this is most of them are about this size. And then when we ask them, they say, oh, because if it's this small, then when I'm doing my homework, I can put it on the desk, so it can act as a fan as well. And then because it's small, after my father used the toilet, I can put it inside the toilet so I can use it afterward. And so we start to look into a shape that is only about this big. But then air purifier is actually nothing. In terms of technology, it's Mickey Mouse. It's a pair of filter and a fan. That is all. You don't even need a switch to turn it on and off. You don't need a transformer because you can power it with USB, which is what we did here. So this is all it is. I think this is even a better example of humanitarian technology in terms of simplicity and innovation. So all you need is a fan, drive air through filters. That is already a very effective air purifier. You don't need ionizer. You don't need Wi-Fi. The idea of humanitarian technology is we look at an existing product, we take away things that we don't need to make it cheaper, more affordable, easier to produce. That is what we do. But when you buy a Dyson, they do it the other way. They add on. When they know a fan and filter is enough, they would look at your pockets and think, you still have 50 pounds in your pocket. I'm going to add ionizer in it. You still have 30 pounds. I'm going to add Wi-Fi control. You don't need all those things, honestly. Right. So this is the very simple design, and then in the end, this is the product. This is the first successful product. This is the product that we really like, but and it's very effective as well. This is the graph that we test in a 100 square feet room. When we put the air purifier and the measuring meter 2 meters away, every time when we turn on the air purifier, within 30 minutes, the PM 2.5 level drops by 80%. That is, so we've been testing it repetitively throughout. And then some of the air purifiers in our office has been running continuously for nearly 2 years now. So the beauty of it is that the whole thing costs only $150, the whole thing. And then people make fun and say, of course, you're doing HP style, right? Thank you. So you're selling it for $150, and then you charge the filters for $200, right? The filters are $300, and then we recommend to replace it every half year. So the cost is $60 for changing the filter for 1 year. And then operating this air purifier 24 hours a day, 30 days, the whole month, non-stop, the cost is $2.5 Hong Kong dollar for electricity. So that is the operation cost. And you can power it, you can plug into the socket, USB 5 volt, or you can plug it into your power bank. And if you plug it into a 10,000 milliamp power bank, you can actually power it 8 hours a day for 5 days. So that is good enough for students. Every time when they come back, turn it on, do their homework until they go to bed. It's good enough for that. So this is, in terms of technology, design, and simplicity, I think this is the best example of. And then we also managed to work with School of Public Health of Chinese University, and then we put this air purifier into families in Sham Shui Po, and then we were able to use sensors. We do blind tests, so the same unit, but they don't know whether there are sensors inside, and then of course they sign consensus, and then we can compare the indoor air quality, temperature, humidity, and so on with the data from outside. So this study is still ongoing because again. After we do this project, we learn a lot more about air quality. Air quality doesn't only affect our physical health, it also affects our mental health as well. So there are lots of studies supporting that. And the reason why we like this product so much is that because the transparent mask, it was for emergency and it was very much for COVID. So after COVID, the retail stopped and we didn't make it into a big business. We were not able to. We're engineers. But this one, we tried to test. We designed for humanity. We designed with affordability in mind. So remember I said engineering is always about optimization. And this is optimization for cost and efficiency. So we managed to make it $150, and it's designed for the lower income families in Hong Kong. We want to know if our principle actually stand up to the design standard, because we always say we want to design affordable technology for people who need it, but we are not trying to make cheap product for them. We're going to make very good product. So we put it forward to lots of design competition, and proudly, the 4 of the biggest design competition in the world, IF and Red Dot from Germany, Good Design from Japan, Idea from America, we won all of them in the same year. Yeah, I want to see if my designer is here. Okay, the IF Gold Award is actually awarded to only 0.7% every year of the competition. And if we had a company in Shenzhen, the Shenzhen government will actually award us $1 million for IF Gold Award and $500,000 for Red Dot, only if we had a company in Shenzhen. we learn a lot. We should, right? Yeah. Well, in the interest of time, I'm just going to finish maybe 4 more slides. This is another project that we really like. Didn't turn into a product, but it turned. in terms of scalability, I think it's a good example. It's not very big. It's actually, this is called UVC light. Basically, the kind of lights that you use in a laboratory and also in operation theaters. They will turn it on. No one everyone has to stay outside of the room because it's bad for your skin and bad for your eyes. So you will turn it on and then disinfect all the surfaces because it's 100% physical. When you turn it on, it will be disinfecting. When you turn it off, there's no residual or anything. So it's very effective and has been used in hospital for over 19 years. So of course, if it's supplied for the hospital, it's going to cost you a lot of money. But we use the same material, we design it with 3D print parts and make it very cheap. Each set of this costs only about $300. So we were able to take this to subdivided units and help them to disinfect the whole place in very short time. Because 1 to 99 chlorine bleaches, they are actually very effective if you can wipe them 100% against all the surface. But study has been showing when I give you a piece of cloth and a bucket of water to wipe the surfaces, you will miss out roughly 40% of the surfaces. But because it's light, all the surfaces that the light touch up on is going to be disinfected. It's most effective against curtain because it's very hard to wipe and it's large piece of curtain you cannot put into washing machine. So it's particularly useful. So this project we received $500,000 from Jockey Club to disinfect disinfect 1,200 families in 6 weeks. And the reason we like this project is because in the end we joined the Open COVID pledge. So we put all the design schematics, electronic design, printout parts, all these things onto this platform, online platform. And then anywhere in the world they can just do exactly the same. They have the part list, they can print the material, and then we have construction manual, training manual, troubleshooting manual, all together, they can just copy it. And we have been receiving inquiries from Italy and other countries asking us how to construct it. So this is one of the projects that we are, again, engineers, we are bad at business, but we also try to scale up our impact as well. So with that said, I think I'm going to talk a little bit about the way forward. What we do now is, I should talk about the baby incubator, but because it's at the back, so I will let you actually have a look at it afterward. And then what we do now is recently, only 2 months ago, we set up the first United Nations University Hub in Asia, and it focuses on humanitarian innovation and technology. So that is, we finally have a platform to host all this kind of design work for Asia. And then within this framework, we focus on a few things, research and development, of course, and then we also focus on capacity building and also community outreach as well. Capacity building, including going to Global South, including Philippines, for example, to teach the local community how to apply this kind of technology and how to apply the design framework. And then we also have a master program on global humanitarian innovation and technology for our students as well. So as you know, we have, all the universities across Hong Kong, we have a lot of self-financed top master programs. And this is actually one of our way to sustain our work as well, because all this design work, the technology itself, the material is not that expensive, but the energy that we have to put in, the manpower that we have to put in is very expensive. So we are trying to use this master program to finance our design work, and then the design experience will come back to enrich the master program. So that is something that we are working on. And this is the last bit that I really want to share is that the reason I'm so keen is because, partially is because of my experience, my understanding of that engineering knowledge can actually be applied in much meaningful ways. Pushing the knowledge boundary forward is important, but looking back into what we have in our pockets and apply them, that is also very important and can make a lot of impact as well. And the most important part is that if the world is a village of 100 people with exactly $100. There's one guy holding $45. And then the 55 of us, the 55 of the poor, they are sharing $1. So a lot of people don't have as much choices as we do. And humanitarian technology, we know, is not going to be a solution forever, but it's going to give options to people who are in need when they need it. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ko, for your sharing. Your insights remind us that when technology is guided by humanistic values, it becomes more than a tool. It is a bridge connecting innovation with dignity, equity, and hope. Your message brings us back to the heart of this forum that compassion and progress must walk hand in hand, especially for communities whose needs are too often overlooked. Thank you once again for inspiring us as we now bring this year's Tzu Chi Forum to a close. So over the past 2 days, we have listened, reflected, questioned, and learned together. We have explored the possibilities of technology, but also the responsibilities that come with it. Most importantly, we have rediscovered that when people with shared values gather across sectors, cultures, and fields, new pathways for goodness emerge. Before we formally close, we would like to invite several of our special guests and speakers to say a few words, as I know everyone has a lot of thoughts and feelings about what we've learned and heard in the past few days. So first, we would like to invite CEO Po-Wen Yen, representing Tzu Chi Foundation, to deliver his speech. Okay, Deputy CEO, that way, yeah.
Thank you. On behalf of Tzu Chi Foundation, especially CEO Yan, I have a few words and to express my deepest gratitude to all the speakers, special guests, especially Hung Seng University, and also Mr. Wen, his publishing website, and also Association of Economy of Well-being, and also the Society for Economic Goodness, and also Goodness Center at the Zhejiang University to co-organize this special event. In the last 2 days, we have heard a lot of insight about the technology for goodness. I think that's the mainstream for people to think of how AI and the other technology advancement will shape our human life, shape our mind, our body, and even everything we have lived with, in the past thousands of years. So I think we face a new age, a new, very important turning point for good or for evil. As Master Zheng Yan always say, technology should serve only good, not for evil. And I also believe that the human mind determines the way we live. So if our mind with the goodness, I think all the creation, all the technology will become with goodness. If we stay that technology is neutral, which means that could be evil and could be good, and we are more likely live in a quite dangerous future. So, so I really appreciate that we can accommodate so many people from UC Berkeley, and also from the Japan, and from mainland China, from Hong Kong, from Taiwan, all different kind of expertise, share their research, share their practices. I think together we can build a better future for technology and for goodness. So again, I also have to express my deepest gratitude for the volunteers in Hong Kong, especially in this such critical moment that we got a so big disaster that never happened in the last 6 decades. So in busy to prepare all the relief work, and still all the volunteers put effort to complete, and also to really make this forum so successful, and also all the colleagues from Hung Seng University, and all the colleagues from Tzu Chi Foundation, the Department of Literatures and History all put effort and to make this forum so greatness and also so completeness. Again, I express my gratitude to all of you and wish we can continue and put effort for technology of goodness. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. He, for your message. And next, we would also like to invite Professor Kenneth Kwong from Hang Seng University to speak with us.
Okay, thank you everyone. It is my honor to represent the Hang Seng University of Hong Kong to give a closing remark here. So definitely the two-day conference is really excellent and exciting. That as Professor He mentioned, that we have fans from all over the world, including the Taiwan, UC Berkeley, Japan, okay, and some of our fans in Nanyang University and also the Hong Kong U. We come together, and I understand that in a very difficult time, okay, as we all know the disaster, but we still can come together to share our thought, okay, and also our aspiration of how the technology can really help everyone here. So as I believe, the technology does not, for making money only, but technology is really powerful, okay, that can help us to solve a lot of social problems. So here, I urge everyone here, no matter individual, organization, we can work together and think how we can make the best use, okay, of the technology. No matter it's AI or any kind of a technology, including, just mentioned, in the example of our previous keynote speaker, for those, the house, the small house, okay, so how to keep the air, clean, okay, and make our life better. So once again, okay, I thank everyone, okay, to come and share, okay, your ideas, okay. That I think, we need to have more of this kind of a conference and a forum that, in Hang Seng U, okay, like my unit, the knowledge exchange. So we have to exchange our knowledge, okay, that we can work hand in hand, okay. And today we also mentioned about not for the competition, but collaboration. So again, I think this kind of a forum will help unite everyone here, okay, and to work together for the goodness, okay, of our society, for the well-being, economic, etc. So once again, I represent my university and represent my president, Professor Simon Hope, as well as Professor John Le, to thank you everyone, okay, and we do hope to see you again in the future. And if you need anything from our help of our university, please come, okay? And we are always here, okay? And this kind of, collaboration, I think is really, really important. So once again, thank you very much, okay, for letting us, okay, to organize such a excellent forum. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Kwong. So next, we would like to invite our visitors and our speakers from overseas to give a few words as well. So first, we'd like to invite Peter Hershock, Director of Asian Studies Development at the East-West Center.
Well, I had not expected to have the opportunity to address you. I would have loved to have been able to talk longer with each and every one of you here. But I would just like to end with a simple reflection as a Buddhist. The Tiantai master Zhi once described compassion and wisdom as being like the two wings of a bird. But what's the body of the bird? I think the body is us. We are the body of the bird. And can AI be part of our body? Can we partner with AI in order to allow the wings of wisdom and compassion to take humanity into flight, into more humane futures? I certainly hope so. Thanks for having me here.
Thank you so much. Next, we would like to invite Chris Bush, Executive Director of the Institute of Business Innovation, please.
I would like to add my thanks to everybody. Again, the great conversation, the great presentation, the great discussion that have happened at this conference have been both thought-provoking and inspiring, and that's a rare combination. So congratulations to all who put together the program for achieving that. From a UC Berkeley standpoint, as the developers and proponents of open innovation, one of the things that has also really impressed me here has been this openness, the spirit of collaboration, of sharing, of co-opetition that was described today, and would really love to see that spirit continue and go out and have the chance to continue these collaborations across different academic campuses, across different companies, and across wonderful charitable organizations like the Tzu Chi Foundation. So thank you again to all the organizers, have really learned so much and enjoyed participating in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Bush. And we'd also like to invite our friend from Japan, Professor Hayashi, Executive Director of the, Executive Committee member of the Club of Rome. Thank you.
First of all, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to CEO Professor Yen and also Deputy CEO Professor Ke for invitation. I have been much impressed by first the activities of Tzu Chi Foundation. I'm very much ashamed until the end of October, I did not know what kind of activities you have done. But when I met you in Taipei and then did the symposium together, I didn't know first. Why I was so impressed was say very small, only very small donations, and you reject big money donations. Okay. That's incredible. And then more than 130 countries you have contributed, and nearly 1 million volunteers all over the world. It's amazing. So, similar activities Club of Rome has been conducting since 60 years. Started with the first report, the limits to growth. That was warning of population problem, population exponentially growing, but product of food or resources may not be able to catch up. Not startup, but and then come into environmental problems, and then our Club of Rome is a kind of origin of SDGs. Our report, and then one of our founding members, Asian, very much by chance Japanese, Mr. Saburo Okita, asked the United Nations, because the Club of Rome was only NGO, NPO, and no power to control each government's behaviors. That might be the role of the United Nations. And then it was successful. Then he proposed to establish a commission on environment and development. And that was headed by Mrs. Brundtland. Then it was nicknamed Brundtland Commission. And the Brundtland Commission, the first report, our report was 72, and the Brundtland Commission is 50 years later, 87. That was our Common Future report. And in that report, the concept of sustainable development was born. Okay. And then it was inherited by Earth Charter. That was published 2000, another 15 years or so. That started with chapter 1, very beautiful chapter 1, respect to all the creatures on this planet like that. But that's a very beautiful. But it's not easy for everyone to start actions. Then, as a kind of a guideline, Sustainable Development Goals, 17 goals, and then hundreds, several sub-goals. That's easy. Oh, my action is here or that. So in that way, sorry, I'm too long. But still, what I want to say is we cannot be competitive with Tzu Chi Foundation, okay? Because you are really grassroots. So I really respect you. And then we have a lot of things to learn from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Hayashi. And next, we have our supporting organizers. And first, I'd like to invite CEO of Master Insight Media, Chuck Fei, to say a few words.
Thank you. It's not easy. 2 days, still have a full house today. Yeah, give a round of applause to everybody staying to the last section, the closing ceremony. When Professor He invited me to be the supporting organization around 2 months ago, I deeply honored to serve this forum, to be a facilitators, organizers, promoters, and I also asked my intern to come to be exclusive reporter today. Thank you. So for a seminar lasting for 2 days is very difficult in Hong Kong. Everybody is busy. So usually half-day program is easy to manage. For 2 days, it's hard to keep people. And also difficult to invite speakers from around the world to stay 2 days here in a very fast-moving city. So I think this forum is very successful, especially after the fire. Everybody is busy helping the people in Taipo, busy reporting all the new incidents. As a media person, I monitor the news every day. My editors work very hard to write good articles, analysis, invite people to comment, to shoot the video, and do the online interview. So I let them do the work, and I spent 2 days here. It's a very luxurious experience. And I enjoy a lot sharing from a lot of professors, experts, and people from universities. Hang Seng University spent a lot of efforts in organizing the event. I also thank very much to Tzu Chi people flying from Taiwan, Hong Kong headquarters, doing a lot of supporting works, especially the meals, tea and coffee. We enjoy a lot the environment here also. Yeah, very good. And we have a very good lunch experience in the terrace, sunshine, and good checks. So thank you so much for coming, and we look forward to the next forum using the kindness and goodness as our topic to serve all the people, have a kind to serve the society. I really enjoyed the last section by the Ningnan professor. In fact, I know you got all the big prizes 2 years before when I talked to the Ningnan people. I think it's a really good invention, especially at university with their engineering faculty. And you won all the prizes. It's amazing. So also, thank you, Professor, for your big job. Okay, hope to see you all in future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And next we have Carrie Law, founder of WOW Impact Group. She has also put in a lot of effort to make many of these panels possible.
Thank you. I didn't expect this moment. Actually, I said I give a pass because I have our senior, economy for goodness leaders been leading us through, because I'm just batch 2 student, year 2 student, and following the footsteps from Professor He, as well as all the senior students. And I'm so blessed to have this opportunity to serve Tzu Chi as a return. The organization touched my heart, though I'm not a Buddhist yet. The compassion elements, been serving, I saw all these Tzu Chi volunteers and officers has been working very hard, days and nights. So they registered more than 1,800 victim families already, and going to release the relief fund in the next few days to all the sufferers. And while we are preparing this forum, they are on the battlefield in the front line and also supporting this. How difficult. And look at our volunteers. They're not, they're also, like what we've talked about this morning, or yesterday, aging technology. So we have to have technology not just learn us, but learn to care for us. While care for us, we are at our heart trying to learn fast how to best utilize them, work with them in a hybrid way that we promote each other. Actually, you know what? Professor Albert Koo still have one technology at the back, rescue newborns in remote district, not yet come into life, but I'm so lucky to have a friend. We knew each other 30 years ago, Dr. Emily Hong. She's not here today. She's back to Oxford. But with her, I connected Albert. And with this, 我们说聚缘. So we gather together with that connections, and these connections flourish and help us to help each other, empower our growth. So I am thankful, and thankful to everyone's efforts, especially Professor He, for leading us to organize this event. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And I promise this is the last person, Chairman of the Economy of Society, Goodness Society, Peter Yuan, please.
Okay, thank you. So I'm the last person. Okay. As an audience, I learned a lot in these 2 days. Actually, I come to the forum with a question. Although technology is a total stranger to me. Having said that, I was a graduate in computer science back in 1986. I remember the month when I graduated, I read the magazine Scientific America, and in the top they mentioned artificial intelligence. That was about 40 years ago, and then nothing happened until last 3-5 years, and I still remember a few content of the magazine. They said, what is intelligence? Intelligence is the ability to solve problems, and time is the crucial factor. And I was satisfied then. We all understand that time is really the crucial factor. And today, I was quite impressed by what technology can do. Actually, it resolves a lot of problems, like the elderly people problem, or for the children, or for many other things. But I was thinking, actually, my question is, what is the ultimate problem? I would say the ultimate problem from Buddhism's perspective is greed, hatred, illusion. That are the ultimate problem. So how can the AI resolve these ultimate problems? And I have no answer. And actually, some friends didn't allow me to ask this question. They said, well, the answer will probably take too long. It would be over time. And from some sharing, now I sort of got the answer. Before I came, I was kind of not optimistic, without hope, because as science goes on, we all know at the beginning, those technology may satisfy our needs, but when time goes on, it might spoil our desire, and then one day it will go uncontrolled. But in this 2 days forum, I do see a lot of people share the same core value of very kind heart. They all want to contribute to the mankind. They all want to help, not just making money. So it really gives me the hope that if those developer of the technology, if they possess a good heart at the beginning, then at the end of the day, the product they produce will do good to human mankind. So, so at the end of the forum, so I am leaving with hope. And I do believe, even the MC said, it's the end. So let me borrow a quote from Churchill. Today is not the end. Today is not the beginning of the end. It's probably the end of the beginning. Now we begin to do good in technology from the very early beginning source. So, so I would say going forward, we'll come across each other in near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, so on behalf of the Tzu Chi Foundation, the Hang Seng University of Hong Kong, and all of our supporting partners, thank you for your presence, your attention, and your dedication to this mission. May we continue to collaborate with sincerity, walk forward with courage, and let compassion guide innovation in service of all beings. So one last additional segment. I know we've mentioned multiple times about the Taipo fire and how we're all very concerned about it. So I'd like to invite the CEO of Tzu Chi Hong Kong, Sharina Songling Sijie, to personally share with you what kind of work we've been doing over the past few days and in the future.
谢谢。我还是用普通话哈，没有什么准备。首先真是很抱歉，因为是上个礼拜大家都知道我们香港发生了一个很大的灾难哈，所以我们最近都是我们香港分会就马上来启动所有的赈灾的工作哈，所以这2天都没有好好去参与跟大家学习哈，希望下期还有机会跟大家学习。跟大家报告一下，我们就是从头一天火灾开始，我们看着整个新闻报道哈，发现那个火势蔓延得很快。那傍晚的时候，我们职工已经第一时间到现场，去尽量去希望是不是可以关怀一些受灾的灾民去关心他们的身心状况。但是我们去的时候呢，就在他们都已经有部分已经到了那个社区会堂入住了我们没有办法接触到他。然后我们职工也是跑到那个医院拿大树医院那边因为知道那边有很多紧急的受伤的人都已经送到医院了，但是当时我们也知道第一线的救灾的人员还有医护人员他们都是挺忙的，所以我们呢后来就再返到灾场的附近有看到有一些灾民就留达在附近，他们没有去 临时的收容中心，因为他们舍不得离开家园。有一位老太太跟她的一个家佣，就是2个人互相留在那边，她一直看着她的房子。志工就问她：“你为什么不去收容中心去住1个晚上呢？”因为其实当天的天气是有比较凉。但是那个老太太一直说：“我不能，我不能，我要看着我的家，我要看着他。”她一直等待消息，什么时候能回去自己家哈？这个就是我们头1天，然后第2、第3天，我们也有到斋场看他们有没有什么需要，因为我们看新闻知道，全香港市民都有运送很多不同的物资到那个。灾区哈，在那个鸿福苑的平台上边，我们就想过多的物资可能给他们也是不是恰当啊？所以我们就后来是知道起风呢，我们就带了我们的毛毯还有围巾过去，然后我们也跟政府部门民政署还有社会福利署他们的紧急的联系哈最后我们还是Carrie 也很关心嘛哈，当天晚上也发了很多信息给我，还有 Carrie 也是，最后我们还是决定哈因为后来我们收到消息，知道政府已经帮每一户受灾的灾民来登记注册哈，所以他们都有那个灾民证。虽然我们就没有办法去到政府，他已经安排好。给不同 NGO 登记的地方，我们没有办法进到那个地方，但是我们还是蛮勇敢的，我们就带着我们的文宣，还有我们登记的资料，我们就跑到这个现场，因为他们登记的地方全到在那个中学，这个冯良杰中学里面做登记，我们就在那个外面找已经有在里面登记的人，我们就跟他接触。然后我们这外面一棵大树下面，我们就是我们登记的地方。虽然有点磕烂，但是大家都不觉得磕烂。我们什么都没带，只是提醒大家你要带水，要带水。我们中午也没有准备什么吃的。还好有一个团体，他有送一些素饭盒过来，看见我们旗子就说：“哎，那些素饭盒你们可以吃。”所以我们志工才有饭吃。所以我们就是从今天早上一直到傍晚，所以晚上8点多，8点多，大家就说：“哎，这么晚你们等着登记？”我们就用手机照着那个单来登记一天就我们预估不到，一天我们动员了超过100位志工从早到晚，我们登记了超过1000户的人，是我们没有办法想象，我们这么磕烂，在外面的一棵树下面还可以登记到1000多，然后第2天我们还持续登记2天，那个位置已经不能再去登记了，我们就把。请灾民把信息发给大家，我们就在我们的分会继续登记，连续登记了3天，所以我们总数来的人数来了1900多户我们这志工还有同仁就是每天不分日夜在对资料，因为有一些重复，又有一些没有，大家都不停在接电话，然后我们就是已经把。全部的大部分呢都已经准备好了，然后我们明天礼拜6跟礼拜天2天就进行发放。为什么选这2天？首先我们还是又有点时间准备，另外也想到有些人要上班有些老人家还是要年轻人来陪伴他们过来。虽然延后了一点点，但是我们想还是要把工作做得比较好，要配合他们所以我们礼拜6、礼拜天明后2天，我们全天在这边做发放，大概1800户还有些遗漏的，我们下个礼拜再细数。我们真的希望虽然我们的能力是很微薄这不是很多，但是我想我们志工都很有心，也有本会的支持，给我们很大的力量。虽然钱不是当下他们是 需要钱，但是我想他们最需要还是后续的关怀。刚刚延吉信仰也跟我们分享哈，曾经那个这是一个火车事故的那些的受难的家属，可能他们要起码陪伴半年的时间，才慢慢的走出来。所以我们也希望我们明天的发放，我们不是单纯的你很快来，我很快给你钱，你就可以离开。我们还是预留了时间，每一桌请他们先坐下来喝茶，了解一下他们，帮他们登记资料，我们希望往后还可以一步一步陪伴他们，可以走出这个阴霾。好，这边很感恩大家，我们所有香港的市民，还有全世界的人都对我们很多的关爱和祝福。好，感恩。
非常感恩宋林执行长。Thank you so much for sharing with us the work that you have done, and we truly feel, at least for myself, for the past few days, we know it's been very difficult for our volunteers to be helping with the forum and also doing all this disaster relief. So to express our deepest blessings for all those affected, I want to invite everyone to pray with us through the Tzu Chi piece, Love and Care for All. So please.
Each one in
hearts united in compassion, let us offer our blessings to all those affected. May they find strength, support, and comfort in the days ahead. Thank you, everyone. So with that, we officially conclude the formal program of the 10th Tzu Chi Forum. We warmly invite everyone to stay for some light refreshments and informal discussions before you leave, and may our conversations of benefiting the world continue beyond this forum. So thank you once again for being part of this 10th Tzu Chi Forum. We wish you a peaceful afternoon and a safe journey home. Thank you.